Come to order. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Auburn, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of May 30th, 2024. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Well, before we start our prayer, how about those Celtics? Keep praying. We got one more to go. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, House of Representatives. Let us be in a unified spirit of prayer. Good morning, God. Thank you for this beautiful and glorious day. Oh, gracious God, in this world full of noise and unrest, help us to find your peace and calm. In this world when we feel lost or lonely, help and guide us to find you, our compass. Oh, loving God, in this world full of hate and rage, help us to feel and experience your love. In this world full of loneliness, help us to find community with each other. And in this world full of hopelessness and emptiness, help us to find you, the source of all good things. On this final session day of this New Hampshire House of Representatives, God, I come again asking that you bless each member and leader for this great state of New Hampshire. Place your hands upon each one as they make decisions of all legislation that is presented before them today. Help each of us to listen carefully and to respect each other for what we have in common. The commonality we share is we are all children of God. As we prepare for our summer break, may it be a safe and healthy time away for each member and leader. May we all enjoy the beauty of the world you have created for us and enjoy some rest and relaxation from all business matters until we meet again. We ask this, O God, in your holy name. Amen.
I want to personally thank Bob for being our pastor for the past few years. This will be Bob's last time addressing us. He's moving on, but he's been my pastor for a while, and I want to give him my personal thanks. But let's give him a hearty thank you from my body. The chair recognizes a member from Kentucky, Representative Mel Meyer, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair recognizes the Nute Middle High School Chorus from Milton, who will now sing our national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Freitas, Catherine Harvey, and Trelevin. The day, important business, Representatives Comtois, Mason, O'Hara, Sanborn, Trottier, and True.
These leaves of absence will be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome members of the Wolfboro Senior Citizen Center, guests of Representatives McDonald, Cordelli, and Peterno. Owen and Nancy Coffey, guests of Representative Lily Walsh. David and Carolyn Smith, guests of Representative Knabb. Cindy Nutting, mother of Representative Nutting. Pete Mahegan, guest of Representative Dan McGuire. Santosh Salvi, guest of Representative Darby. Sherry Reinfurt and Henry Guyson, guests of Representative Mazur. Diane and Jason Myler and Marcy Myler Plant, family of Representative Myler. Sebastian Fuentes, Gail Bailey, and Sebastian and Pila Fuentes, guests of Representative Selig. Donna, Jacob, Natalie, and Amelia Sellers, and Meredith Page, wife, grandchildren, and stepdaughter of Representative Sellers. The Honorable Lisa Freeman, former member from Manchester, guest of Representative Harvey Bolia. The Honorable Dan Itza, former member from Fremont, guest of Representatives Hobson, Bernard, and Hull. The Honorable Manny Espicia, former member from Nashua, and Mateo Espicia, guest of Representative Laura Tulersky. And the Honorable David Welch, former member from Kingston, guest of Representative Shurtleff. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to memorial remarks for former members, the Honorable David Babson of Ossipee and the Honorable Timothy O'Connell of Milford. Chair recognizes Representative Bolio. The House will be in order.
Great, thank you. Thank you for joining me remembering Representative David Babson from Ossipee and Representative Tim O'Connell from Milford. They both passed in May within 3 weeks of each other. They were best of friends. Both passed in May and served on Environment and Agriculture Committee in the mid-2000s, serving at least 6 years as the chair and vice chair of Environment and Agriculture. My first 4 years back in the 2000s, I was on the ENA committee serving as their clerk. They were very witty intellects. David Babson was born in 1938. Went to Wesley Hills High School. He was a class of 1961 at Brown University. He was a collegiate athlete who excelled at both hockey and lacrosse. He served in the Naval Reserves and started his own company, MNI, at steel fabrication. In 1979, he moved to Ossipee and raised oxen, milking cows, trained draft horses. He leveraged his agricultural expertise by serving his constituents for over 20 years. First as a New Hampshire State Legislature in the early 2000s, chair of ENA with Representative Tim O'Connell. David's creativity knew no bounds, as seen in his work, in his wood carving, needlepoint, and knitting. He was an active member of the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and his commemoration of life will be held on August 4th at 1 o'clock at the Remick Museum and Farm in Tamworth. Tim O'Connell from Milford moved to Peterborough during his last 2 years. He died at age 80, and Babson died at age 78. Tim graduated from University of Bridgeport with a Bachelor of Science degree in biology and a Master's of Science degree in education. He earned another Master's of Science in Environmental Science from Fordham University. Tim married Noreen in 1965. The couple loved farming on Federal Hill in Milford and successfully harvesting vegetables, flowers, Christmas trees, and they raised goats at Butternut Farm in Milford. Tim taught biology at Milford High School for over 25 years. Tim was a New Hampshire state representative from 1998 to 2008, vice chair of E&A with David Babson. He was instrumental in developing the farmers markets in Milford, Nashua, Manchester, and Bedford. He farmed until 2022. Tim was a magnet to all animals, big and small. And could I say a few words regarding Representative Bob Smith from Manchester? He just passed a couple days ago. And there's another good friend of mine, Bob Raish, who passed a few days ago. He was a New Hampshire state rep for Manchester for 8 years, from 1964 to 1972. Minority leader in 1968, Democratic candidate for governor in 1972. United States Marshal for the state of New Hampshire appointed by President Jimmy Carter, and at the same time he was a full-time student at Franklin Pierce Law Center. Admitted to the bar in 1980. Honorary consul to France. Early advocate for gay rights, notwithstanding his devout Catholicism. Bob dearly loved his wife, Mary. He always said that he was the luckiest man in the world to have married her. Bob leaves behind 5 children, several grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Bob was one of my father's best friends. June 17th, his memorial service is June 17th at 10:30 at St. Catherine's Church in Manchester. Thank you for the time.
Please rise for a moment of silence for the Honorable David Babson and Honorable Timothy McCall. Chair recognizes the clerk for a motion to suspend House rules.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Cushman moves that House rules be so far suspended to allow for the creation of a special investigative committee to investigate the Division for Children, Youth, and Families, the Family Division of the Circuit Court, and any persons or entities said committee deems necessary in determining maladministration. Further, that the committee shall consist of 20 members appointed by the House, having full powers of investigation, including collection of sworn testimony and the issuance of subpoenas. Said committee to issue a report of findings to the House by November 1st, 2024, with any recommendations, including whether to recommend articles of impeachment for the next session of the House of Representatives.
Chair recognizes Representative Cushman to speak to a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. This motion to suspend the rules is so that the House, rather than the Speaker, may appoint a special investigative committee with full powers of investigation as delineated in Mason's manual, including the ability to obtain sworn testimony and subpoena documents and witnesses for testimony. Why do we need this committee? We have 2 already. Actually, we have 4. Actually, we've had a lot more than that over the last 20 years, and yet, year after year, more victims of these systems are created and show up at our legislative hearings telling us that they are being harmed by these systems, this very interrelated, closely woven systems of child welfare in this state that includes the family court and DCYF and some contractors and other agencies. There are serious issues that need to be gotten to the bottom of. We need actual investigation. These committees that exist this year, the 2 special committees, one on family court and one on DCYF, have started some great work. They've laid some good groundwork. They've collected testimony and they've dug in a little bit into the issues at play. But there are pressures that are preventing them from digging too deeply. And if the House creates a committee, those pressures go away. If you read my email, you know that no one from DCYF has appeared before the Special Committee on DCYF, despite the friendly invitations from the chair. And additionally, only one judge from the family court, the administrative judge, has appeared before the Special Committee on Family Court. There are questions that need to be pursued. There are allegations that need to be probed. There are concerns that need to be deeply investigated. This special committee that we're talking about forming now will have the full authority and investigative power to do what needs to be done. Should the House vote in favor, the committee will be authorized to answer those questions. This is not McCarthy. We have specific names of people within these branches of government and agencies that have been the subject of repeated complaints. And over the years, the victims come to the committees and say, we have a problem. And the committees say, that is terrible. Thank you for letting us know. We'll try to write a bill and hope that we can change it for the next people who go through the system. I think we've lost a little bit of understanding that our main job, our first job, is to redress grievance when the rights of the people are being trespassed. We swore oath to that we will do that. And from time to time, pass bills as may be necessary for the common good. So the committee will work to thoroughly investigate allegations of misconduct, conflicts of interest, maladministration, violations of due process that we know from testimony in those other committees already exist, violations of court orders, perjury, and cover-up that have been heard in committee hearings in this body for 20 years or more. Why is it needed? Sununu Youth Detention Center, self-explanatory. Need I say more on that? Well, I will. Will it bankrupt the state when the lawsuit dam breaks? Are the problematic players still seated in office or employment? $38 million awarded to one victim, despite this body trying to prevent payouts more than $475,000. We cannot legislate the state out of liability for this. We can prevent further abuses like this from happening if we take swift, decisive action, not only with legislation, but we need to investigate and hold accountable when we find that those investigations lead to certain people over and over again, or certain processes over and over again. We've already have around 240 cases for the Sununu Center YDC case as of May, with 1,400 victims in total. So do the math. There are allegations of conflicts of interest in handling investigations between the state and private contractors, and just looking at who those players are, it's obvious that does need to be looked into. You've got the AG, you've got law firms, and the Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence playing both sides at different points over the years. One on the side of the victims, other times on the side of the state. It's a little convoluted and it needs probing. Without the House having the ability to effectuate our power, we're probably never going to get a real investigation on that. As of May 16th, the state has awarded $66 million through the settlement fund, and those represented by other claimants are getting higher settlements. Do you want to keep up racking up more of those cases? How big is our state budget? We're talking billions, potentially. Why is this committee needed? The people have brought testimony repeatedly alleging the following issues in family court. That a judicial retreat in the 1990s resulted in a group of judges planning to run family court as a business. That judges in there are not judges but federal contractors. They're called surrogate judges. Their orders are recommendations and not enforceable unless signed by a judge and they have testified, actual judges have testified before the House that they can't sign off on orders over cases which they didn't preside. So are the orders from family court even enforceable? Family court fails to protect children. Again, these are allegations. There have been deaths of children and kidnappings directly related to the failures of family court. It depends on which court and which judge you have, whether you get fair process. Decision-making is arbitrary. Some courts make findings of abuse in 100% of cases, such as Keene in 2023, and others make findings of abuse in 0% of cases, such as Brentwood and Merrimack in 2023. That is worth a closer look. The findings of abuse that occur in family court follow statute that sidesteps constitutional due process. Part 1, Article 15 requires a trial by jury before your liberty interests are taken from you. Your children are the oldest liberty interests and your dearest. Having your children taken from you is akin to capital punishment. Yet there is no trial by jury option. You can appeal to the Superior Court, but anything that's ruled judicial discretion is not admissible. And most things are ruled judicial discretion. There are failures of the court to make appropriate referrals and address crime and criminal activity. Is child abuse a crime? Why are there no criminal charges? By failing to make referrals, they're perpetuating criminal activity and abuse. Family court is operated by private contractors. They all know each other. I've heard the phrase court country club more than once. Private contractors that work in the family court are not limited or accountable for unregulated billing. They're granted full immunity for the work they do. They work collaboratively with each other, sometimes not in the best interests of the litigants or the children, contributing to bias in the court. Rules of evidence are not strictly adhered to and can be applied arbitrarily, and how they're applied can determine the outcome of a case. In some cases, they'll accept evidence from one party and none from the other. Transcripts often have inaccuracies and alterations from what actually was said in court. Failure of the court to comply with federal requirements to hold child support hearings before obtaining child support orders. Causing homelessness for litigants through orders, separating families without evidence, failure to disclose and gain consent, children ordered into unnecessary services, parents ordered into unnecessary services that they all have to pay for. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Failure to address perjury, whether committed by litigants, attorneys, or judges. We've got allegations of problems with GALs in Portsmouth, problems with judges in Bedford. Some of those were confirmed. Allegations about judges owning mediation companies and having conflicts of interest and advertising that their mediation services are for high net worth clients. Incentives to protract 20% of cases to obtain Title IV money, meaning cases that should be easily dealt with and in and out of the court quickly that aren't high conflict are kept in a state of conflict and made to come back to meet that 20%. And these are specific allegations about specific courts and specific people, specific contractors that I'm speaking about in generalities. This is not to say that the entirety of the court system is corrupt and, that every single person is guilty. These are complaints that need to be looked into. This is not McCarthy. These are specific instances that have been brought to the attention of this body and to the court and to the AG in many instances that just went nowhere. And the people are looking for redress. They're coming to the People's Branch for it. DCYF, 117 child deaths directly linked to DCYF since 2018. I'll say that again. The Office of the Child Advocate came into existence in 2018, and yes, since it was formed, it has found 117 children have died who had DCYF involved in their lives. DCYF is not protecting children. There are allegations that some agents have covered up their mistakes, and in order to do so, they left children to be further abused, and in order to protect themselves. Failure on the part of DCYF workers to inform people of their rights, workers perjuring themselves in court motions without consequence, DCYF employees telling the family court that a child should be reunified with a stepfather who is being investigated for sexual abuse of 3 of the children in the home, criminal charges for child sex abuse image charges, and had bail conditions not to be around the children and protective orders, and DCYF went and told the family court that that home is safe and the children would benefit from being there. The state refuses to settle on cases where the petitioner seeks employee termination. There is one specific worker at DCYF who is named in many of the lawsuits and is still working and is still on the cases that the lawsuits are about. There are DCYF workers alleged that a father sexually abused his children when those same workers knew the daycare that the children attended was being investigated for child sex abuse crimes and did not disclose that. DCYF has been alleged of hiding exculpatory evidence and refusing to hand it over to the family court. They've made findings of abuse in closed hearings without the option for the accused to appear, face their accuser, offer evidence of their innocence, or view evidence against them. Those findings put their name on a nationwide registry, limiting their career and custody opportunities, and often are rubber stamped by the family court as true. Allegations that DCYF regularly deprives substantive due process and procedural due process. They fail to provide court-ordered, physician-recommended, school-recommended, and psychiatrist-recommended therapy services for children in their care. There are allegations of problems with the district attorney's offices in dealing with these complaints about DCYF and the family court as well. There's allegations of collaboration between DCYF and police in pursuing charges against parents as retaliation for disagreement with DCYF. These are serious allegations. I hope they're not true. We need to stay skeptical. We need to approach this with a balanced, standpoint of examination. But these things do need to be examined. They are worth pursuing and having a true investigation about. I just spoke with a mom in the hallway who I've never met before who told me yet another horror story about her kids, and she's sitting in the gallery. She hasn't seen her son in over 400 days. He was taken from her in an ex parte. She claims her husband was abusing her, and there was a finding of abuse by DCYF that the family court ignored, and in an ex parte motion overturned that allegation and granted custody to him and said that she was manipulating the child. And there may be truth to that, but they're coming to us for a reason because they're not getting further redress elsewhere. So this is our job. We're the People's Branch. We have the power of investigation. We don't utilize it often. We seem to have an idea that everyone who works in our state government has good intentions, but we need to bear in mind that people with ulterior motives and predatory behavior seek out positions where they have access to people they wish to exploit and predate. So we can't protect them just in order to protect the good workers too. We need to look into these complaints and take them seriously. How are we going to chase down all these rabbit trails? One at a time. We look into the complaint, collect the testimony, subpoena witnesses, documents if necessary. What do you have to say about these allegations against you or your department or your employee? Did you know about this? Find the history. If we find common threads, pursue it. We're looking at policy, of course, but there are more than policy issues here, and the other two committees don't have the tools at their disposal because of House rules and improper influence. RSA 640:3. This motion allows the body to move around the improper influence and give the committee all the tools it needs to do this work for the people. Thank you. I hope you'll support it.
The question is on the motion to suspend House rules. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is to suspend the rules. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this has never been done in the history of the House, and that even if I were inclined to support it, it would be better to ask me that question on day one of a session so that it could be monitored, evaluated, and adjusted as needed, and not as we're literally headed out the door. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that it's unnecessary, because if there are indeed specific allegations against specific people, state officials, any member is free to file a House resolution for articles of impeachment, and that no one has done that, then, Mr. Speaker, would I defeat this unnecessary and potentially reckless motion by pressing the red button?
The motion before us is to suspend the rules. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Malone.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote?
Who hasn't voted? Oh, sorry. Where he is here.
Will all members present had the opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 120 voting yea, 247 voting nay. Motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion? Print the remarks of the previous activity, please. Permanent Journal.
Without objection?
We've had an objection. We've had an objection. You have to put it to.
All right. There has been an objection. This will be a vote to whether we print the remarks. A division has been requested. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to print the remarks on the previous debate. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Verville for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there's a very small nominal cost to print remarks in the Permanent Journal, and Mr. Speaker, if I know we routinely print remarks of all different natures into the Permanent Journal, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this topic addresses a very serious issue that's not just facing our state now, but has been for decades. And Mr. Speaker, if I believe that there's some value in allowing those remarks to be read by the general population, our citizens, our constituents down the road, so that they can understand what the motion was about and that this body was at least taking the time to give it serious consideration, would I now press the green button to print the remarks in the Permanent Journal, knowing that no specific names were given, no reputations are hurt, and there is no downside to printing these remarks? Please press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to print the remarks of the previous debate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 248 voting aye, 120 voting nay. The remarks have been accepted. Chair recognizes the clerk for committee conference reports.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 266, relative to administration of school assessment and accountability programs by the Department of Education.
Representative Ladd moves we adopt the committee of conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar on the committee of conference reports for Senate bills. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Further report.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 340, relative to communication between parents and school districts regarding special education reporting requirements, and the Office of the Advocate for Special Education.
Representative Ladd moves we adopt the report, and we do have a debate on this one. Chair recognizes Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 340, as introduced, was a simple bill to allow, when notices and records regarding a child's IEP to be distributed to the parent electronically with parental consent. That was supported by the House Education Committee with a 20-0 ought to pass recommendation. A non-germane floor amendment was added and passed by a slim margin at our House session on May 23rd. This amendment was introduced after the legislative budget assistant released the performance audit report of the special education dispute resolution process in March, a scathing assessment that determined that the Department of Education lacked adequate management controls, regulatory framework, and a comprehensive performance measurement and enforcement system. This is just phase one of the audit of the Special Education Department, with the full report expected to be completed this fall. Many parents spoke out against the non-germane amendment at the hearing in May. The amendment does not focus on the major deficiencies identified in the audit, such as mismanagement within the Department of Education and effectively maintaining and tracking student data. Instead, the amendment seeks to authorize the special education advocate more direct access to Department of Education databases, which the audit has already determined to be unreliable and insufficient. Moreover, this access by an independent party presents not only concerns with parental consent and the release of personally identifiable information, but also risks the reporting of inaccurate conclusions. In fact, the role of the independent state special education advocate was never specifically addressed in the audit. In summary, let's not put the partially assembled cart before the horse. We should wait for the Department of Education to work on the required improvements in data collection first, to assemble a reliable and complete database. Then, when the final audit of the department is complete, we can use the suggested recommendations for future comprehensive legislative action. I urge you to vote against the adoption of the Committee of Conference report and press the red button. And, Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to not address that simple part, and the original bill itself was very simple. But I want to address the amendment which came forward and why it came forward. We received just recently the LBA performance audit regarding due process, and this is dealing with when a parent refuses or partially refuses to accept services or placement of a student with a disability proposed or identified in an IEP. I don't know if anybody's been through that process. I have. And it's a very difficult process. The first thing you want to do, of course, if you're not satisfied for what your youngster's receiving, you go meet with the teacher, the special education teacher. No satisfaction, go to the principal. No satisfaction there, you can go and appeal to the Department of Education and request a formal hearing. But this process is extremely expensive. And this is why back in 2022, we introduced legislation that passed the House, passed the Senate, was signed into law, creating the independent office of the Special Education Advocate to assist those parents which have concerns that the IEP is not being followed or whatever issue the parent may have. My concern was services weren't being delivered in speech therapy to my grandson. I asked to see the log of the times the individuals, the service providers, had met with my grandson. Speech pathologists had not. In fact, they had a para delivering that service occasionally. So I was concerned, but at the time I chaired the select board in the community, I was on the zoning board, the planning board, and in this House of Representatives. It would have been deadly for me to cause this ruckus because this went a lot farther than just Rick Ladd and my wife and my grandson. So now that grandson is doing quite well, and I was opted to have my daughter, who is a speech pathologist, deliver the services at home. And he's very successful right now, majoring in finance as a senior, doing an internship down in CNS in Keene. But if this goes to the hearing process and it doesn't even get settled there, it can go to the court system. And we had testimony from parents and attorneys that is an extremely expensive process, and most of the cases are dropped because the parent doesn't have the wherewithal to pay for these services. So when we have an issue dealing with the IEP or a 504 plan, and it's referencing to the services provided, this bill provides a way for that to be corrected. The performance audit listed 20 observations. 6 observations, they say, may require legislative action. We decided we can take action. We just can't wait and kick this can down the road. I sat in meeting after meeting with the special education advocate, the Department of Education, and attorneys representing both sides. They came to mutual agreement on this bill. They agreed we need to take action now. And so we have brought forward a bill here that deals with requirement for reporting from the local districts to the department every September 1. But most importantly in this bill, we found out during these discussions that the records of these students which have IEPs, for example, that grandson I had, who's now a senior at St. Lawrence University, his records are still in that database that the department has. The database is antiquated. And so they're saying, well, we can't let the advocate into this database because we can't be searching one record. You're going to see all 100 to 200,000 records that are in that database. We can't do that because those people are now mostly adults, and FERPA and all that, they haven't given permission for this information to be released. So what this bill did, it created an MOU that's going to be developed between the Advocate's Office and DOE. That will be created, allowing the advocate to have an MOU to access that record, but DOE will access all that information and provide it to the Advocate's Office. So help can be provided to these families which are not sure actually they know the services like mine weren't being delivered. So I encourage you all to concur on this bill. We need it. We can't wait and kick this can down the road. We have people out there needing this service. Thank you.
Baldwin has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us to adopt the committee report on Senate Bill 340. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this phase one of the LBA's performance audit of special education dispute resolution process was just released this March, and if I know this early phase of the audit identifies many issues within the special education department that need to be addressed, but most importantly, it's the correction of deficiencies with maintaining and tracking student data with a third-party vendor or an appointee like the special counsel that comply with the privacy rules of FERPA and the special education rules of IDEA. If I know the Department of Education should make these required improvements beyond the MOU in data collection as reported in phase one, now to start working with these recommendations so that the further comprehensive legislation can address issues and concerns this fall when the final report is completed. Would I now press the red button to vote no and reject the Committee of Conference report for this untimely and premature bill, which does not focus on or resolve the major deficiencies identified in phase one of the audit? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know this bill is not premature, if I know the performance audit's legislative recommendations are necessary to better assist the Department of Education, the Office of Special Education Advocate, in monitoring and tracking the status and resolution of IEP matters between school districts and parents. If I know without this legislation, the Advocate's Office will not have the tools or information necessary to perform its statutory responsibilities. It basically neuters that department. If I know and attended numerous meetings involving the Office of Special Education Advocate, the Department of Education, and legal staff while working together and arriving at this legislation that will improve and strengthen the due resolution process, would I then support the first step in addressing the LBA performance audit by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on Senate Bill 340. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Peterson. Representative Frock.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Concurrence is adopted. Today we're going to be saying goodbye to a lot of our colleagues, and some have been here a number of times. So as a goodbye present, I'm going to let former Speaker Shurtleff go through a couple of bills.
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes the clerk for a report.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 407, establishing a ground ambulance cost reporting program and a study by an independent actuarial and accounting expert of the cost of providing ground ambulance services in the state.
The question before the House is the adoption of the... Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the motion to adopt the committee report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 417, relative to out-of-home placements for children.
Representative Mark Pearson recommends that we adopt the committee report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 480, relative to the regulation of real estate practice.
Representative Groder recommends the adoption of the report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 499, relative to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and the Summer EBT Program, and making appropriations therefore, and relative to providing disaster relief funding to municipalities after a natural disaster.
Representative Earp recommends that we adopt this committee report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. The clerk is recognized for further Senate reports. Mr.
Speaker, Senate Bill 555, relative to receipt of pharmaceutical rebates by insurers and pharmacy benefit managers.
Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 574, relative to the appointment of a temporary agent for a minor child or incapacitated person and relative to the determination of parental rights and responsibilities based on shared parenting.
Representative Mark Pearson moves that we adopt the committee report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The clerk is recognized. In 1 second, he'll be recognized. That's the end of our Senate bills. Mr. Speaker, before I step down, I just want to say to everybody, you know, in New Hampshire, they always argue what the best view in the Granite State is, and some say it's standing on Hampton Beach and watching the sunrise in the east, and others say it's standing on top of Mount Washington and watching that beautiful sun set in the west. But for me, Mr. Speaker, the best view in the Granite State is here at this podium, looking at the best legislators and the best legislative staff in the country. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my friend. Thank you. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the great eloquent remarks from the member from Pennacook be entered into the permanent journal.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the clerk for reading the consent messages from the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference, which was referred the following entitled bill. House Bill 194, requiring the Director of the Division of Historical Resources to compile and maintain a list of public monuments and requiring legislative approval of the amendment or permanent removal of historical markers. And House Bill 1030, repealing certain task forces, study committees, and study commissions, repealing the John G. Wynant Memorial Commission, and making the maintenance of the memorial a duty of the Joint Legislative Historical Committee, and establishing a committee to study the appeals process administered by the Environmental Councils established under RSA 21.0, and House Bill 1274, relative to judicial administration.
Representative Osborne moves that consent calendar as we have it is adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted.
I'll take House Bills. Mr. Speaker.
We do have a number of House bills that we're going to start taking up. We don't have them all from the Senate yet, so they're not completely in order as we usually do it in the House. Chair recognizes the clerk for a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 318, relative to bail commissioners, the standards applicable to, and the administration of bail, and making an appropriation.
Representative Roy moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further House message. Representative Sytek declared a conflict on the previous vote and did not vote.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 458, reestablishing the Commission to study the assessing of power generation.
Representative Vose moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 518, relative to the administration of occupations by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification.
Representative Tony Lekes moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1018, relative to on-premise and off-premise liquor licenses and relative to land in current use.
Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Senator Burrows is going to speak against.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whoops. Sorry, my speech just slipped off here. Okay. Currently, landowners get a 20% discount on their property taxes if they don't post the no trespassing sign and keep it open for recreation without charging a fee. So if you put up a no trespassing sign, you don't get the 20% discount. Now, what this bill would do would be to post signs that say no trespassing except for skiing, snowshoeing, fishing, hunting, hiking, or nature observation, and they'd be able to keep the 20% discount. The specific target of the law are people who are crossing over the extremely rural 58-mile border that New Hampshire shares with Canada. This bill is being promoted as a border protection measure, but what it is a plan designed to put limited rural limited rural law enforcement resources into securing a border that sees fewer incidents in a year than the southern border sees in an hour. Now, the problem with this bill is, how do you differentiate between a person who is hiking through somebody's property to enjoy the great outdoors and hiking and doing those activities, or versus somebody who may have entered the country illegally? And I say that you can't. And I don't know about you, I don't carry a license, I don't carry my passport when I'm hiking. So if we pass this bill, we'd have limited state and local law enforcement wandering through the woods asking people to show their papers or show arrest. How many of you would bring your papers or your passport going on a hike? So the bottom line is that this is a bill that is really unnecessary. It's going to tax our local law enforcement, and it's a bill it's legislation in search of a problem. So I would urge you to vote no with the Committee of Conference report.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is sort of a red herring into this bill. This is already law. It's already statute. It is not about where you hike. It's over the entire state. Anybody who has land in current use is getting already a tax cut. There is a special tax cut, an extra 20%, if on your sign, your posted sign, you say hiking is permitted. You get an extra 20%. What's the harm in that? How this thing turned into that police are going to be storming people's land and looking for a driver's license it's total red herring. It has nothing to do with this bill. Nobody has ever, questioned about why they're on somebody's land hiking when it says the land is posted for hiking. We need the liquor bill. This on-premise license bill is a very important. It has a myriad of housekeeping issues. Please pass this bill.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill, to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1018. A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1018. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burrows for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1018 is legislation in search of a problem, and if I know that this bill would put a burden on limited law enforcement officers and resources in rural areas, and if I know that law enforcement will not be able to distinguish between people enjoying the great outdoors and people who have entered this country illegally, would I vote no on concurrence with the Committee of Conference?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
This bill has nothing, Mr. Speaker, this bill has nothing to do with immigration. This is an underlying liquor bill that's a very important housekeeping measure. And all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is it's already current law. There's nothing new in this legislation. All it did was... Would you believe that I don't know where I am? Okay. Would you believe, Mr. Speaker, the legislation that is added to the current use law. The reason being, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that it wanted to make it clear that when people posted their signs and said hiking was permitted, that they would not lose their tax credit. Mr. Speaker, while I now support all those people who have current use land in the state of New Hampshire by voting yes on the prevailing motion.
The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1018. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Shurtleff, I'll get you. Representative Shurtleff. Yes or no?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 190 voting yea, 176 voting nay. Committee conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1079, relative to critical incident stress management team members and establishing a rural and underserved area educator incentive program for higher education and making an appropriation therefor.
Representative Groda moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1079. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 241 voting yea, 125 voting nay. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, The Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1091, relative to the financing of political campaigns.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report, and the chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is 17 pages long, and it's a comprehensive editing of our campaign finance laws. Most of it is perfectly benign, but I don't think any of it is super urgent. But it does have serious negative consequences for small dollar donations. What our current law says is that when someone makes a donation to a political town committee or political organization under $50, it doesn't have to be reported individually. You don't report the person's name, you don't report their address and so on. You just report, you had an event maybe and you raised $150 in small donations. Similarly, what a current law says is that when you do report names, so if it's a donation is over $50, you report the person's name and address, and if their total donation to this organization over the period of time is over $200, then you also report their occupation, their employer, and their employer's address. That's current law. What this bill does is it wants to have reporting when the aggregate donation of someone to this organization becomes over $50. So what it says is, for every donation, regardless of size, that person's donation name and address will have to be reported. And then the bill also has people do all their reporting online. And so when the Secretary of State's online system finds out that this person's donation total becomes over $50, then the Secretary of State's online system will disclose that person's name and address. The problem with this is small town committees who have simple events, right? You have a house party with a donation bowl, or you pass the hat, or you have a 50-50, or you have a raffle of some kind. All those small dollar donations now will have to be accompanied with a clipboard where everybody who puts in $5 or puts in $10 is going to have to put in their name and their full address. And then the treasurer of this organization is going to have to go online and enter all of this data for every single donation. So this is a big burden on treasurers. I don't know if you've ever tried to, recruit people to be treasurers of a town committee, but it's not that easy, and this is just going to end up discouraging people from participation in the political process. And I don't think it's necessary. Do we really care when somebody puts in $10 this week and 2 months from now they put in another 20 and so on? I mean, it's way too burdensome and not worth doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is substantially similar to the bill that passed back in March in this House. I think the most substantive change is that it made some adjustments regarding reporting requirements for the Senate that put them on the same footing as the Executive Council, instead of grouping them together with all the down-ticket races. Thank you.
The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1091. Division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to adopt the committee conference report on House Bill 1091. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wood for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill, House Bill 1091, was worked on for 2 years and pretty much just made this change in the final final COC. If I know that the House bill now puts restrictions on collecting information, name, and address for all donations, if I know that the main reason to collect this information is to ensure that there's no undue control over legislators, and I don't believe $50 would swing my vote at all. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that I have constituents all the time that ask me what the limit is and where they can't be traced, that's when where they make their decision. I think this will affect all, especially state reps that are running, and where the $50 donations mean something. I would vote against. I would vote red and vote against the COC report. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is substantially similar to the bill that we passed back in March, and if I know that the bill itself significantly clarifies and simplifies campaign finance system processes that candidates need to comply with and that the public needs to depend on to gain information about the campaign finance status of candidates, and if I agree that it strikes a good balance between transparency of campaign finance activities and with reducing and controlling the administrative burden for candidates and the public, would I then press the green button to agree with the Committee of Conference report? Thank you very much.
The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1091. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lane.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Committee of Conference report is adopted. I am big for tradition and past practices. I think it's one of the more important things we do in this body. One of our past practices is the final day of session. The Speaker allows the Minority Leader to come up and do a couple of bills. When I was Minority Leader back in 9 and 10, that was conferred upon me to come up and speak, and to run the session for a few bills. And thus, I'm going to ask the Minority Leader to come up and cover a few bills for us and return to our tradition.
The House will be attentive to the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1195, relative to allowing school districts to approve different apportionment methods for school administrative unit costs.
Representative Ladd moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion is adopted. The House will be attentive to the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1202, relative to the issuance of permits for the alteration of driveways exiting onto public ways and relative to the definition of disability or special needs under the Child Care Scholarship Program.
Representative McConkey moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it and the committee report is adopted. Okay. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1215, relative to development approvals and appeals and allowing the town of Hampton to discontinue a particular highway in order to lease that property.
Representative Alexander moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. The chair recognizes Representative Len Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 weeks ago, this body voted against HB 1215, which included the amendment I'm going to speak in opposition to. Again, after its defeat last time, it was sent to a committee of conference where the House position should have been argued for. It was not. And now we have before you the exact same bill that we've already voted down. Briefly, the Amendment 1215 would allow the Board of Selectmen in Hampton to discontinue a road in the beach area and rent that road up to 99 years to a private business. This would bypass the normal process contained in our RSAs where the town votes on whether to allow such an action. New Hampshire law is very specific that town residents are the local legislative body who are empowered to both discontinue roads and lease the property. Now, the last time we heard this amendment before this body, the main excuse given was that it was needed because the amendment was time critical. That argument was negated as it was accurately pointed out that it takes less than 2 months for the town meeting process to play out and that the town citizens could have already voted on this. In fact, in early September, primaries will be held, giving the town the ability to call a special meeting and vote on the issue with very minimal costs. Now, one of the latest excuses being used is that the 99-year lease requires an immediate RSA change. That's factually incorrect. 100% false. The current RSAs allow both the discontinuance of roads and leases to be adjudicated by the voters using the town meeting process. The RSAs allow the selectmen to lease up to 5 years without voter approval. Over 5 years, it requires the voter approval just in a town meeting, just like the discontinuance of a road. Next, several times the blurb in the calendar mentions that this is enabling legislation. Let's be really clear on this point. The only thing enabling about this amendment is that it enables the selectmen to bypass the voters of Hampton. The other excuse being put forth is this a one-off, is that one-offs are done all the time. Personally, I've never seen anything close to a one-off such as the one before you. And if we believe, which I do not, that these one-offs happen all the time, then it's time to end them. When we change or add RSAs, they should apply to every municipality, not a single town, not a single project, as this amendment attempts to do. Just imagine if this RSA change would have been proposed for all municipalities on a permanent basis. Can you even imagine the uproar and universal outrage over this? So in conclusion, the chairman of municipal and county government of the other body is against this bill. The chairman of municipal and county government in this body is against this bill. Our opposition to the bill is not about Hampton or the developers of the project or the project itself. It's about property rights of the abutters, the town citizens' voting rights being abrogated. We believe in fewer regulations that are pro-business, but they must be advantageous to every business. The issue is also about consistency versus arbitrariness. This body should never do one-offs or place temporary special exemptions into our RSAs for the potential benefit of a few individuals while negating the rights of their citizens. And the issue is about this body not setting a terrible precedent that could affect many property owners throughout our state in the future. And above all, and this is very important, the vote you are about to make will show whether you support ethical legislative policies and procedures or not. I ask that you vote red against this motion of concur. Mr. Speaker, I've already submitted, or the roll call vote has been requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has spoken against HB 1215's non-germane amendment, and I rise to speak against the underlying bill, a proposal that will not achieve the goals set forth by its sponsors. According to those sponsors, this bill will create more housing in New Hampshire, but rather than providing substantive initiatives, it only seeks to change the existing and successful law that exempts developers from code and land use regulation changes while their projects are moving forward. Supporters of the bill argued in committee of conference that such code and ordinance changes are sidelining developers because they lose time and money in the process and ultimately find their projects are no longer profitable. But in fact, current law prevents that from happening. RSA 67439, the law HB 1215 seeks to amend, exempts developers from any such changes for a full 2 years after planning board approval. If they achieve active and substantial progress in that time frame, they then have another 5 years to reach substantial completion, again, exempt from all code and ordinance changes. If that is the case, and those of us who sit on planning boards know that it is the case, then perhaps we should examine why HB 1215's supporters claim this radical change is so desperately needed. Developers, they say, need twice as much time as current law allows. They need 5 years to achieve active progress and 10 years to achieve substantial completion. The majority of the Municipal and County Government Committee, which exists to understand and improve the land use law HB 1215 seeks to change, agrees by a wide and bipartisan margin that these proposed new timeframes are excessive. What's more, they will result in less, not more, housing for New Hampshire residents by robbing towns of their ability to move on from projects that are clearly not successful to pursue better and more successful proposals. HB 1215 also makes the bold assumption that all New Hampshire developers need this very generous time frame, when the majority of our communities have seen subdivisions, multifamily buildings, and other types of homes take shape in less than 5 years. I urge my colleagues to think about the circumstances that might cause a developer to need a full decade of exemptions. In our experience in Lebanon, those circumstances have included stopping projects to pursue more lucrative ones elsewhere in the state, or simple mismanagement. There's a good reason why 67439 allows 2 and 5 year exemption phases. They allow ample time for a well-run project to take shape and be completed, while protecting towns and cities from developers who delay to enhance their bottom lines or just can't get the work done. HB 1215 will not generate new housing in New Hampshire. It will do just the opposite. It will allow a full decade to elapse between approval and completion, a decade in which this legislature will have passed new building codes and towns will have enacted new ordinances to improve building and energy efficiency, none of which will apply to housing projects should this Committee of Conference report be adopted. This is a bill that will undoubtedly be good for some developers, but bad for New Hampshire citizens who desperately need places to live. It will result in less, not more housing, and will impose a heavy-handed statewide mandate that will leave towns saddled with long-term, unsuccessful development projects taking up land and resources that really would produce more housing in less time. I urge you to vote no on adopting the Committee of Conference report recommendation for HB 1215. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1215. This bill has 4 sections. I will speak specifically to Section 4. Section 4 provides the Hampton Selectmen a short, limited window of opportunity to act, if they choose, on the following. First is to discontinue a 435-foot portion of D Street, which is less than a 1/10 mile long. Second is to enter into a long-term lease of the discontinued portion of the road with the abutter, who owns all of the properties on both sides of this short section of roadway. Importantly, the abutter is in full agreement with the discontinuation of the road. Now, some feel that this legislation is unnecessary and say that a special town meeting or an annual town meeting can accomplish what is in Section 4 of the bill. While it is correct that a special or annual town meeting can vote to discontinue a road, the issue is that the law is not clear regarding long-term leases of town property. It is clear that there are at least 2 options under RSA 4111A. Number 1, selectmen are given the blanket authority to enter into a lease of town property for up to 1 year. And number 2, selectmen may be authorized to enter into a lease of up to 5 years by a vote of the legislative body at an annual or special town meeting. Additionally, many agree that a lease agreement for a period of more than a year requires a vote by the town. But what is not clear and is not properly understood by many is that for a lease agreement longer than 5 years, the legislative body is required to vote every 5 years to reauthorize the selectmen to continue the lease. Otherwise, the lease terminates. I believe that this is a true and accurate interpretation based on the recent application of this law, 4111A, in my own town of Brookline. To explain, in 2019, voters in Brookline passed a warrant article to allow the selectmen to lease town land on a pond to multiple tenants for 13 years. Since the 13-year leases were longer than 5 years, 4111A requires voter approval every 5 years. As a result, at our 2024 town meeting, a warrant article to allow the selectmen to extend these leases for an additional 5 years was voted on and was passed by the voters. And in 2029, the Brookline voters will be asked again to vote to allow the selectmen to further extend these leases for an additional 3 years to get to the 13 years. Which brings me to this very important final point. In light of differing legal interpretations of 4111A, if a special town meeting in Hampton under SB 2 voted to discontinue D Street and also to approve a long-term lease of D Street for longer than 5 years, it is unclear that a long-term lease would stand up to legal review by any institution financing the project or to any other legal challenges. Moreover, with the real possibility that a long-term lease is interpreted to be valid for only 5 years, no bank will finance a multi-million-dollar project due to the risk that the lease might not be renewed. Therefore, it is clear that a special or even annual town meeting approach is legally risky at best. To conclude, given the ambiguous language of 4111A, it is entirely appropriate for the state legislature to address this issue through legislation. Section 4 of House Bill 1215 provides a clear, well-defined process free of legal uncertainty to the town of Hampton through their selectmen to discontinue and then lease D Street, enabling an appropriate project design proposal to then be finalized to go before the Hampton Planning and Zoning Boards. Therefore, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 1215 by voting yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Potenza. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, I rise in opposition to House Bill 1215 as was amended by the other body. My reasons are as follows. We already killed this Hampton Amendment 2 weeks ago. And when the bill went to the Committee of Conference, nothing changed. And our position, which is the people's position, was completely ignored. Even though the Committee of Conference members were again given the factual information about why the amendment needed to be rejected, and that if the Hampton Amendment wasn't removed, the bill needed to die, it doesn't matter, it was ignored. It is beyond disrespectful and frankly an absolute waste of everyone's time in this body when a majority is ignored because of a select few personal agendas. It is unconscionable that there are several representatives in this room that have been silenced and are afraid of speaking out on this borderline fraudulent amendment which circumvents the rights of Hampton voters in fear of retribution from legislative power brokers of losing their re-election from party influence. It is even worse that filling the pockets of preferred political candidates in Senate and House PACs might have influenced pushing through this amendment. Today we stand at a critical juncture in our constitutional republic. Our political system, designed to represent the will of the people—
The member will suspend. It's getting a little noisy in here.
Ooh.
The member has a right to be heard. The member may continue.
Thank you. Our political system, designed to represent the will of the people, is under constant threat. From Concord parking garages to no-bid contract property giveaways to buddies to Laconia land grabs and more, we have some real ethical and integrity problems under this gold dome. And many have decided not to run again because of it. The insidious influence of money and politics has corroded the very foundations of our constitutional republic, turning what should be a government of, by, and for the people into a government of, by, and for the highest bidder. This is not about whether this project is a good idea or not. I grew up going to the Hampton Casino Ballroom since I actually was in high school, and it would be wonderful to have a new venue because the property has become pretty run down. This is only about the process and the passing something that cuts out 16.5 thousand plus Hampton residents who are the ones that actually have the skin in the game here. They are the taxpayers, and they need to make the decision if they want this. It is not our place to circumvent their voice and their vote.
The member will suspend. We're not to ascribe motive.
This is wrong. Everywhere we look to see politicians beholden to special interests, legislation crafted not for the common good, for the benefit of wealthy donors, and a system that disproportionately favors the voices of the rich and powerful over those of ordinary citizens, this culture has eroded public trust in our institutions and undermined the very principles upon which we were founded. I was taught if you see something, you need to say something. So, I will never stay silent and allow this to continue while I am a member of the body. I try very hard to be a representative for the people. We cannot sit idly by as the voices of people are drowned out, and in this case, cut out by the roar of corporate interests. We must reclaim our constitutional republic and restore power to the hands of the people. We must banish the corrosive practices where access and influence are bought and sold like commodities. We must institute robust transparency measures to ensure that the public knows who is attempting to buy influence and for what purpose, even if that means it will only be exposed by one representative at a time. Most importantly, we must also work to empower ordinary citizens and amplify their voices in the political process because we work for them. We need to teach them to instruct us because, as we all should know, they are our bosses. The forces armed against this level of engagement are powerful and well-funded. But throughout history, whenever our constitutional republic was threatened, ordinary citizens have risen up to demand change. Today, I stand up here with the courage and the determination to say, not on my watch. Let us all come together across party lines and ideological divides and defeat HB 1215. Let us show that we want to operate in a political system that truly represents the will of the people, in this case, the thousands of Hampton residents. Let us never forget that the power to bring about change lies not in the hands of the few, but in the collective will of the many. Please vote red and oppose the committee report. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I rise in support of the Committee of Conference's report on HB 1215. The Hampton Beach Casino Ballroom is not a large gaming venue. The name casino goes back to 1899 when it was established as a dance hall. For at least the past 50 years, it has been a music venue hosting popular groups such as the Beach Boys, Bonnie Raitt, and when they were just starting out years ago, U2. The ballroom is the engine that drives the economy at Hampton Beach, and it contributes significantly to the economic well-being of New Hampshire. People come to the ballroom to see a show, go out to eat at a local restaurant, which generates rooms and meals tax revenue. But it has reached the end of its useful life, and the owners of the ballroom know that it needs to be replaced. In addition to owning the site upon which the existing...
If we're having conversations, we should be taking them into the anteroom.
In addition to owning the site upon which the existing ballroom sits, which is between D and F streets, the owners of the ballroom also own a parcel of land to the north between D and C streets. They want to integrate that land into the footprint of the new development they are proposing. Before the owners can submit their final design plans to the local planning and zoning boards, they need to know if D Street will be closed if the project is approved. They also need to know if the town is willing to enter into a long-term lease for land under the street. Current law, as you heard, only permits leases up to 5 years. Now, a few things about D Street. It is a 500-foot side street that sits on public land in an urban area with no homes on it that runs between two parcels of land owned by the same landowner. Our public safety officials have indicated there would be no public safety or traffic issues if the road is closed. In fact, traffic flow will probably be improved if the proposed redevelopment project is completed. There is no issue of eminent domain or taking of private land, since available historical records indicate that the land underneath D Street is already owned by the town of Hampton. I know many of you are struggling with the fact that the voters of Hampton would not have a direct say in whether the road should be closed. I struggled with that myself, and that is why when I wrote the amendment, I specified that the Select Board can only make a decision to close the road after they hold public meetings with the Hampton Planning Board, the Hampton Beach Village District, and the Hampton Beach Area Commission, and they hold 2 public hearings. That does not skirt the process of civic involvement. It provides for at least 5 public hearings, which is significantly more opportunity for public input than a single deliberative session for input. Furthermore, I have enough confidence in our Select Board, which was, after all, elected by the people, that they will respect the opinion they receive, particularly if they want to get reelected. Many of you may have also seen a letter written by one of our Select Board members. I know and respect that member, but you need to know that her opinion is hers alone and does not reflect the opinion of our board. In addition, you also need to know that both our town manager and another member of that same Select Board testified in favor of the amendment to HB 1215 when the Senate Committee on Elections and Municipal Affairs held their public meeting. You also need to know that the Hampton Area Chamber of Commerce supports HB 1215. I know that by now all of you have seen a copy of their letter of support. Finally, you need to know that except for one person speaking out against HB 1215 at a recent Select Board meeting, there has been no local outcry against either HB 1215 or the proposed redevelopment. And I have only received one email asking me about it. Most of the people in Hampton I have talked to are very supportive of this project and the process we are proposing. And that is another point to remember. What HB 1215 does is provide the Hampton Select Board with an alternative process they can choose to use to close D Street. There is nothing in the bill that mandates or guarantees a specific outcome, not with respect to whether D Street should be closed or what the terms of a long-term lease might be, or certainly not whether the redevelopment project should go forward. The owners of the project understand that they are going to have to go before the Hampton Planning Board and the Hampton Zoning Board to obtain their approval. All they're asking for right now is some clarity on whether they can include the land underneath D Street in their final plans. We have all received emails expressing concerns about the precedent that we, the legislature, would be setting if we were to pass HB 1215. According to House Committee Services, since 1999, there have been at least 8 instances where legislation was brought forward to approve a specific action or provide specific special legislative permission required for or requested by a municipality. Most recently, this year, we provided a one-time payment of $191,000 to the town of Hampstead. In addition, if we are setting a unique precedent by passing HB 1215, it is a very narrow one. We would be providing a select board elected by the people with an option between now and next March to say it will close a 500-foot side street that sits on public land in an urban area with no homes on it that runs between two parcels of land owned by the same landowner and then leasing that land to the landowner if a project proposed by the landowner is approved in accordance with local land use regulations. I don't know if you can get any narrower than that. Finally, we, the state, did our part 15 or 20 years ago when we upgraded the infrastructure along the east side of Ocean Boulevard, and it looks fabulous. Since then, there has been some private redevelopment, but we needed the owners of the ballroom to step up and redevelop that property. They are now willing and eager to do so, and they are not asking for any direct investment of public money. In fact, they have already indicated that if there is any infrastructure under D Street that needs to be relocated, they will pay for that. This is our opportunity to reach out and offer them the very small helping hand they are asking for and demonstrate that we really do believe in public-private partnerships. Please join me in supporting this committee of conference report and pushing the green button. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry.
The member yields. Representative Verville, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I know it's getting late in the day already, and I won't take up too much time. You keep talking about the public hearings that have to be held. Is there any legal requirement that compels elected officials to vote or act in a manner consistent with the majority position expressed during a public hearing?
None that I'm aware of, but I believe that applies to the members of this body as well. There is nothing that compels us to vote necessarily the way a majority of the people in our town want us to vote.
Thank you for taking the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the member yield to another question?
Sure.
Representative Roy is recognized for a question. Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. I heard a new data point from both speakers, and I'm curious. So I'm a bank. The ballroom comes to me and says, we'd like to borrow $175 million. We're going to redo our whole casino, and we're going to really build this thing out nice. And I say, well, how are you going to pay me back? And they say, well, over 20 years, we're going to pay you back so much from the profits, and here are our profit sheets. This is how much we usually make. And then I say, okay, but what's this here about every 5 years? So in 5 years, the voters could shut you down and all my money would be gone. Is that the case?
I couldn't have said that better myself. Yes, that would be a problem for a bank if they saw that provision.
Representative Kutab has requested a roll call, and it's been sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The The chair recognizes Representative Marjorie for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the right way, the proper way to address any ambiguity in statute would be through the bill process that we go through, which begins in January, and not through a non-germane amendment. And if I know the current state law says that once you have local approval of a development, you have 2 years to initiate active construction. And if that is done within 2 years, you receive an additional 3-year exemption from any changes in land use law. And if I know that there is substantial completion after 5 years, developers are permanently protected from changes to land use regulation changes. And if I know that time increases cost, then would I reject this needless doubling of exemptions by pressing the red button to reject this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Hampton Beach Casino Ballroom is not a gaming venue, but one of New Hampshire's leading music venues that is seeking to redevelop and upgrade the property at their own expense and with the support of the Hampton Chamber of Commerce, and if I know that to finalize and present their design to the appropriate local planning and zoning boards for their approval, the owners would like clarity on whether D Street will be closed and the property can be leased for 99 years, and if I know that under current law, towns are only able to lease land they own for no longer than 5 years and thus need legislative action to assist the town to lease the property, and if I know that holding a special town meeting to decide whether to close D Street would not only cost over $15,000, but conflict with the state primary and general elections and impose an undue burden on the residents of Hampton, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that if we adopt this Committee of Conference report, Hampton will continue to have local control of the decision whether to close D Street and whether to approve or not approve the proposed redevelopment of the ballroom, would I now press the green button to grant the Hampton Select Board the option, if they choose to exercise it between now and March 2025, to decide to close D Street and lease the land underneath it for up to 99 years, but only after they have held 5 public hearings where the voters of Hampton will be able to express their opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report of House Bill 1215. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will push the green button. If you are opposed, you will push the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Goley.
Have all members had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 102 members voting yea and 261 voting nay, the motion fails. Representative Cahill is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have the remarks printed from the previous debate in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection.
Okay, the ice cream is ready. We will recess until 1:45. Chair recognizes the clerk for a Senate message. Members, take your seats.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following titled bill, House Bill 1197, relative to criminal background checks and relative to insurance coverage for intrauterine insemination.
Representative Roy moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference report to which is referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1236, establishing a pilot recruitment and retention program within the Department of Health and Human Services and relative to the income eligibility for in and out of medical assistance under the state Medicaid plan.
Representative Hunt moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1241, relative to the regulation of money transmitters and relative to license applications and renewals for certain consumer credit entities.
Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Bogert.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today to speak about HB 1241. I originally was going to stand up and speak in opposition to the bill, but I've changed my mind. As anybody, as every legislator should, maintain an open mind. I've had conversations with several people during lunch, and I actually went and had a conversation at the Treasury so that I could understand totally what the words mean. Because words, as we know, mean everything, especially when you're dealing with shalls, because that's mandatory. And what was the other word they used was strive. So no one strives to lose. So if you're striving to do something different, then you're using a mandatory positive force. So in my conversations, that this fund and its board that oversees the fund is not going to do much to have an adverse effect on the AAA bond rating that we have, and that depends on the deposits and everything we put in our PDAT fund. The money that was being talked about was what's called float. There's money that's kept in cash because you have monies that come in, monies that go out, and that money has to be kept somewhere because it's not invested to where you get that great return that we all expect and have seen. It's deposited in the banks. So basically, after reading the 3 sentences and stuff, it's kind of a non-harmful shot across the bow, as one might say, where the banks are going, what can we do to get a little more? They hold a seat on that bond council, and it was surprising they didn't go to the bond council. They chose to go through the legislative process trying to do something. That's neither here nor there. But since I've been talking to a lot of people about trying to defeat this, I wanted to stand here and say, because I have new information, that my mind has changed, and I think it would be okay to pass this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt waves off. The motion before us concur on the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1241. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1243, revising the laws relative to retail installment sales of motor vehicles and relative to the sale of a vehicle to a Massachusetts resident. Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the CFC report. Smith is going to move to table.
Representative Hunt moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. For what reason does a member rise?
A motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the question be laid on the table and ask for a division vote.
The motion is to table House Bill 1243. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1243. It's a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this conference report should not be on the calendar today, because, Mr. Speaker, if I know that in my haste to get everything done in the few minutes before the deadline on Thursday, I inadvertently signed off my friend from Hooksett who did not want to sign off on the report. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that I had done my job properly, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Would I ask the indulgence of the House in helping me correct that error by pressing the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, I'm going to get this right. Mr. Speaker, if I know I have total respect for the deputy and that his offering to do something to make it right is a very worthy cause. But Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a 20-page bill related to recodification of retail sales of automobiles, and we would be lapsed to not pass this at this time, will I please vote no on the pending motion, Mr. Speaker, so that we can take up no on the tabling so we can concur.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1243. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich, thank you.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend to stay of the vote. (146) voting yea, 202 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to the original motion of ought to pass committee of conference report, or adopting the committee of conference report on 1243. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee of conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1259, relative to property and casualty insurance laws administered by the Insurance Department and making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services to fund regional drinking water infrastructure.
Representative Hunt moves we adopt the committee of conference report on House Bill 1259. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee of conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1265, relative to the penalty for failure to file school expenditure reports relative to certain adequacy grants and requiring mandatory reporting by school districts of school expenses.
Representative Ladd moves we adopt the committee of conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. House Bill 1265, with SB 219 attached, requires school districts to post expense information in a very prescriptive way. It violates local control and even prohibits reasonable explanation of budgets on the posters that are required. Providing budget information without acknowledging the many changes in what we require of public schools is deliberately misleading and inflammatory. This bill literally specifies the paper size to be used. Talk about micromanagement. All of the information requested by the bill is currently readily available on the Department of Education website, so simply publicizing that link on school district websites would be effective communication. Please join me in pressing the red button to defeat this unnecessary bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part 1 of the bill is just housekeeping. It takes private academies out of a list so they don't have to file paperwork that they don't have to file. But Part 2 says that before budget meetings, school districts will have to present to voters 3 simple graphs: the average cost per pupil, the average teacher's salary, and the administrative salaries, and how they've trended over the past 10 years. And it will have to present one table that lists the top 4 administrative salaries in the district and their titles. This bill contains a civil remedies section similar to our current RSA 91A, and it would allow taxpayers to petition the court if this information is not provided according to law. Finally, the Committee of Conference just tightened up the definitions of what appears in the graphs so that we'll be comparing apples to apples. But can't people find this information on their own? Well, the average taxpayer doesn't know where to look for this information, and even if they do, it would take a lot of digging on the DOEO website and school district websites. But it's easy for a school district to get this information and to put it together. Why would we want the information? Besides the fact that a picture is worth 1,000 words, we'll learn some things, like maybe that per pupil costs have risen over the past 10 years, but teacher salaries have had a minimal increase in comparison. Or maybe that some administrators are making 3 times what the average teacher salary is. The transparency provided in the graphs helps taxpayers make more informed decisions. So how do we get this valuable information for everyone? It's simple. Vote yes and adopt the Committee of Conference report. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Senator Wool requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to accept the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1265. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cornell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that almost all of this information is already available on the Department of Education website under iFinance, and if I know that this bill requires districts to report budget data on graphs on 2 pages that are 18 by 24, with only the name and logo of the district to be displayed in 2 places of business and in a local paper. And if I know that any explanation of this data is prohibited and subject to a civil penalty. So if you agree with me that posting data with no explanation is misleading and also disrespectful to elected school boards and to the public, please join me in pushing the red button to put an end to this unnecessary and disrespectful bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill removes the requirement that public academies file financial reports with the Department of Education, if I know that this bill would require school districts to provide the taxpayers with 3 simple line graphs showing the average cost per pupil, average teacher salaries, and administrator salaries over a period of 10 years, and 1 table showing the top 4 administrator salaries and titles. If I know that the average taxpayer doesn't know how to find this information, but school districts have all the data and can easily provide it in this clear and accessible format. If I know that our local schools rely heavily on local taxpayer dollars, and they should know where their money is being spent and how that investment is trending over time. And if I know that providing this transparency to the taxpayers will help to promote productive local conversations about spending, would I now support transparency by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Committee of Conference report of HB 1265. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Committee conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1278, relative to qualifying medical conditions for purposes of therapeutic cannabis and relative to the summer EBT program, the SNAP Elderly Simplified Application, and the school lunch program, and making appropriations therefore.
Representative Leon moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. I did. The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report in House Bill 1278. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor?
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1278 was on the consent calendar. As the Speaker mentioned earlier, the Senate did not take up their bills in numerical order, and thus they sent over messages in staggering processes because it's the other body. And I would just note that because we adopted the consent calendar as we had it at the time, those bills have been disposed of. Unfortunately, anything else that was on the consent calendar you do need to adopt individually.
Representative Leon has moved the adoption of the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? Who requested a roll call? Okay, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1127, relative to the revocation and suspension of driver's licenses and to invalidating out-of-state driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants.
Representative Walsh moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report on 1127. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1292, relative to coverage of children under the state retiree insurance plan and relative to federal immigration enforcement. Representative Roy moves the adoption of the Committee of Conference report. Representative Smith is going to move to table.
Representative Roy moves adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1292. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to table this bill, and I would ask for a division.
The motion is a proper motion to table House Bill 1292. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1292. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that immigration portions of this bill are exactly the same as Senate Bill 563 that this House tabled on May 2nd of this year, and if I know that law enforcement have not supported its enactment and have in fact concern that prior versions of this bill require local police do the work of the federal government concerning federal civil immigration enforcement without any funds for training or compliance. And if I know that the New Hampshire Association of Counties opposes this bill because it puts county correctional facilities in a vulnerable position, opening the county to litigation, and because county correctional facilities have the ability to hold only on state charges, not federal. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would require local police to detain people pursuant to immigration detainers that lack due process and are issued without a warrant or judicial oversight, and we know that hundreds of U.S. citizens have been held in error on detainers, would I now press the green button and table House Bill 1292? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1292. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had the opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 165 voting nay. House Bill 1292 is laid on the table. For what purpose does a member rise?
I would like to have the comments of HB 1265 put in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1313, relative to access to the voter checklist by candidates.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1358, relative to tenant and contract manufacturers of beer, wine and liquor, allowing pharmacists to administer influenza, COVID-19, and other FDA-licensed vaccines without explicit approval from the General Court, and restricting the purchase of real property on or around military installations.
Representative Hunt moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1369, relative to the verification of voter rolls every 4 years.
Representative Stephen Smith moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would compel local supervisors of the checklist to purge voter registration lists every 4 years instead of the current interval of 10 years. The consequence will be that many thousands of New Hampshire citizens will routinely find that when they go to the polls to vote, their name is not on the voting list. That will cause confusion, indignation, and anger, not to mention delays, as perfectly qualified, tax-paying New Hampshire citizens find they have to use a provisional ballot and produce documentation proving citizenship and residence and age, even though they've already done that. Many citizens only vote in presidential elections. Many citizens only vote once every 4 years. They don't vote in town elections, party primary elections, midterm elections. And many of those will occasionally skip a presidential election. Sometimes because, imagine this, they don't like either of the candidates nominated by the major parties. Sometimes because they can't get off work, so they miss an election. Under this bill, those voters, presidential election voters who skip one election, will be at risk to have their names purged from the voting list. That experience, I predict, will amplify those voters' sense of alienation from the formal institutions of government, from the parties, from voting itself. I think it will enlarge the class of those citizens who are permanent non-voters. Yes, to be sure, before your name is struck from the list, you'll receive a postcard from the supervisors of the checklist asking you to respond and defend your right to vote. Some will respond, and their name will stay on the checklist, but others will not. They'll be confused about why they're receiving a postcard. Why are they, a citizen who hasn't moved, whose residence hasn't changed, whose status as a citizen hasn't changed at all? Why do they have to defend their right to vote? They'll be confused about that. And they'll wonder what's up. Some will just not see the postcard. I don't know about your house, but in my house, my children seem to think that everything that arrives in the mail is recycling. I'm lucky if I see it at all. This bill will disenfranchise voters. Yes, I agree with the purpose of this bill. Voting lists have to be maintained in good order. People move. Alas, people die. Our lists have to be updated. There's an excellent way to do that. Over a decade ago, election officials in 7 states, 4 of which were led at the time by Republican governors, launched the Electronic Registration Information Center, known in short as ERIC. It's since come to include 30 states. According to ERIC, every 60 days, a lot more frequently than the 4-year interval that this bill would impose, every 60 days, every ERIC state submits voter registration, motor vehicle registration, licensing data, allowing ERIC to see which voters have moved and changed districts and update lists accordingly. That's the low-cost, super accurate solution to maintaining voting lists. This bill, by contrast, is not a solution to anything. It will make our voting lists less accurate, not more accurate. It will confuse our citizenry. It will make citizens angry. It will force law-abiding, tax-paying citizens to defend their right to vote for no reason whatsoever. it will disenfranchise lots of citizens, and it will create a permanent class of non-voters, suspicious and alienated. This bill is not a solution to a problem, it's a whole new bundle of problems. We should oppose it. Vote against the committee report, I would urge you, so that we can non-concur. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as passed by the House, would indeed institute an update of the checklist every 4 years. The House version had a 4-year look back, meaning they would check the previous 4 years to see if someone on the checklist had voted. The position, as agreed between the Senate and the House in the Committee of Conference, acceded to the Senate's preference for a 6-year look-back period. Now, I did the math. Someone can check me if I'm right, but I count 14 elections in each jurisdiction during that 6 years. That means in order to be removed from the checklist under this bill, you would need to miss 14 consecutive elections, including municipal, state primary, presidential primary, and general election for 6 years. That's what the bill, as agreed to in the Committee of Conference, would do. Now, the purpose of this bill, in my view, is to reduce the possibility, the likelihood of someone attempting to take advantage in a systematic way, let's say, of a 10-year accumulation of names and addresses on the checklist which are no longer valid. I see that as a vulnerability, and I think it's our obligation to address that vulnerability with this bill, because in considering why we're doing this, we have an election law system. In my mind, the purpose of this election law system is to assure that our governments, all of them, have the consent of the governed. And the way our elections fulfill this purpose is to make an accurate assessment of public sentiment, or the will of the public, the will of the people, while ensuring also public trust and confidence in that election system. Now, in terms of an accurate assessment, I see 3 elements. First, we have to ensure that all qualified voters have the opportunity to cast a ballot, while also ensuring that no one who is unqualified to vote gets that opportunity. And the others are obviously secrecy of the ballot and an accurate tabulation of the votes. So this bill focuses on the first of those elements, the equal obligation we have to ensure all qualified voters get to cast a ballot, and no one who's unqualified gets to do so. And the reason that's important is because every time someone who's not qualified to vote cast a ballot, they damage the franchise of everyone who is qualified to vote. And this is, I think, a straightforward way to reduce the likelihood of people who are not qualified to vote from getting to cast a ballot. So, in summary, 6-year look back, 14 straight elections someone didn't vote, and we're obligated to do this to ensure the value of the franchise for those who are qualified to vote. So I ask you to press the green button to concur with the Committee of Conference report. Thank you all very much for your time.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on 1369. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will confuse and anger lots of citizens who are forced to defend their right to vote for no reason, if I know that this bill will create less accurate, not more accurate, voting lists, and if I know that this bill is likely to disenfranchise lots of voters with loyalties to both parties and independents as well, then would I vote red to oppose this committee report?
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we're obligated to ensure that only qualified voters get to cast a ballot while ensuring that all qualified voters have that opportunity, and if I know that 10 years between cleanups of the checklist is far too long and generally results in too large an accumulation of names and addresses on that checklist which are no longer valid voter names and addresses, and if I know that this bill is adopted as presented in the Committee of Conference report employs a 6-year look back every 4 years, which means 14 straight elections would have to be missed by someone on the checklist before they are removed, would I then vote green to adopt this common sense measure to help ensure the confidence and trust of our voters and the validity of our elections? Thank you.
Motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1369. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 178 voting yea, 185 voting nay. Motion committee fails. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Just a reminder that there's only one vote if the motion either passes or fails. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1370, relative to eliminating voter identification exceptions.
Representative Stephen Smith moves the adoption. We have one on.
Representative Stephen Smith moves the adoption. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1376. Chair recognizes Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Committee of Conference report to upend our traditional New Hampshire elections. First, I want to stress that this is not simply a voter ID bill. We already require that a voter provide identification when registering to vote. If they do not, and do not submit proof up to 7 days after the election, their ballot is denied. This bill goes much, much further. It requires that voters present proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. If this law were to be adopted, New Hampshire will be the only state in the nation to have this requirement. So why haven't other states required it? Well, there are several reasons. First, only 2 documents can prove that you are a citizen of the United States if you're born here. That's your birth certificate or your passport. If you are a naturalized citizen, the only way that you can prove it is with your passport or your nationalization papers. Many people have problems obtaining these documents due to time and cost. According to a survey of northeastern states, only about 40% of adults in the Northeast hold valid, unexpired passports. Passports cost about $130, and they take up to 8 weeks to be issued. It takes up to 6 months and about $500 to obtain nationalization papers. Many families simply do not have the money to spend on a birth certificate, a passport, or nationalization papers. 1/3 of New Hampshire families have difficulty meeting their normal household expenses, so cannot afford to spend money to obtain these documents. Most New Hampshire residents were born in another state, so must contact their birth state for a birth certificate. It takes about 3 months to get a birth certificate from California or Illinois, and about 1 month to get one from Texas. And then, of course, there are the associated fees with them that vary. Because of the difficulty of obtaining these requisite documents to prove citizenship, courts have consistently ruled laws requiring proof of citizenship to be unconstitutional. Kansas attempted to require proof of citizenship. In the 2 years that the law was on the books, over 30,000 people were disenfranchised. That's 12% of the voters who attempted to register. Experts hired by the authors of the bill admitted that over 99% of those disenfranchised voters were U.S. citizens. The 10th Circuit Court struck down the Kansas law, and the U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear the case, which means it is now the law of the land. Because the difficulty of obtaining necessary documentation, other states understand that if a voter falsely attests to citizenship, they are guilty of a felony. In New Hampshire, lying on a citizenship affidavit is a Class B felony that can land you in jail for up to 7 years and result in a fee of up to $5,000. It would also lead to a lifetime ban on voting. Such a law could affect their ability to obtain naturalization because it shows a lack of good moral character, and they could be deported. With these potential penalties looming over them, it is highly unlikely that non-citizens will misrepresent citizenship. The risks are just too high. A few years ago, New Hampshire spent about $5 million trying to defend another law that limited a voter's right to cast a ballot, the now infamous SB 3. This law is destined for the same fate, and we will once again incur millions of legal fees simply because we refuse to believe the data or learn from other states. Now, let's turn to the big showcase of this law. It's the hotline, which will replace affidavits. How is the hotline going to work? Well, that's a really good question, and it's one that not even our Secretary of State could answer. He was unable to answer questions definitively about the hotline during the Committee of Conference, including how many people would staff the hotline or how long a voter would be expected to wait while their information is verified. So in theory, you go in to vote, you don't have the right documents, an election official is going to call this hotline that is staffed by an employee of the Secretary of State's office, the AG's office, and any other state agencies yet to be determined. This group of government employees will attempt to verify the voter's missing information using databases of yet to be identified state agencies, and they're not sure what is in those state agency databases, at least as of the Committee of Conference. When asked whether this hotline could be in effect on Election Day, the Secretary of State has stated that it would be difficult, and if not implemented correctly, it will lead to long lines and voters leaving the polling places without voting. According to the Lebanon Town Clerk, they had 897 same-day voter registrations during the 2022 general election. Based on the experience, they can assume about 50% of these voters might not have all the required documentation. This means potentially 449 people will need verification, tying up 3 phone lines for 20 minutes per call, allowing 126 people to be processed in 14 hours. So we will have automatically disenfranchised over 300 people. Other issues raised by town clerks point out that there is no real way for the people on the other end of the hotline to verify that the caller is actually an election official. They are going to be calling from their personal cell phones. And what if the cell phone service is lousy or non-existent? No reasons were given by either the primary sponsor of this bill or the Secretary of State. And let me remind you that this bill has never had a public hearing. If a voter's information is not verified by the hotline, they get 2.5 days to go to court. And the court fee is $280. And good luck getting a result from any court in 2 days. So now we have all these new procedures to implement by September 10th over this summer. This means that in 3 months' time, the Secretary of State must design the hotline system, publish a new election manual, and then educate the hundreds of local election officials across the state. And our voters will need to immediately begin obtaining all that documentation that I talked about earlier, and even if they're diligent, many of them will not be able to do so. The governor has recently stated that you never want to implement something too fast and too drastic in a short period of time that could potentially cause any sort of disruption into the system, and then, most importantly, when you have to pay to go to court. Perhaps the most dangerous thing about this bill is that New Hampshire will be at risk at losing our motor voter exemption. Neither the primary sponsor of this bill nor the Secretary of State have spoken with the Department of Justice to ask them to confirm that this bill won't have us lose our exemption. So what happens if we lose our exemption? Well, we would have to spend millions of dollars to immediately get into compliance with motor voter, and we will incur more legal fees fighting to protect our exemption. Second, it will allow third-party groups to register voters. It will not be the exclusive province of clerks anymore. Our exemption requires that every voter must be able to vote on Election Day. This bill undoubtedly jeopardizes our exemption, but we are still going forward without fully examining this critical issue. And once we lose the exemption, we can't get it back. The Secretary of State has not expressed support for this bill, and the New Hampshire City and Towns Clerks Association is vehemently opposed. New Hampshire elections are safe and secure. You don't have to take my word for it. Secretary Scanlon, Governor Sununu, the Special Committee on Voter Confidence, your local election officials, they all agree. Just also look at the data. We are risking the hard work we have done since 2020 to instill confidence in our election system with a bill that rushes to overhaul a tried and true system with an untested theoretical system that has serious constitutional problems, exposes us to losing motor voter exemption, and will create long line for voters and turmoil for our local election officials. This bill will disrupt our upcoming elections and disenfranchise voters. If you want to improve our system, let's do it thoughtfully and take the time to do it right. Not like this. Support your local clerks, moderators, and election officials. Vote, push the red button and against concurrence. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions?
No, sir, I don't.
A member does not yield.
Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple fact is, for our election system to be valid and function properly, we are equally obligated to ensure that all qualified voters can cast a ballot, and also that no one who is unqualified to vote gets the opportunity. Our present system, where literally anyone in the world, from anywhere in the world, from anywhere in the country, can walk into a polling place in New Hampshire, assert with no supporting evidence whatsoever that they are a qualified voter by means of signing an affidavit, completely ignores the necessity to ensure that only qualified voters get to cast a ballot. This bill, as passed by the House, did remove all exceptions to proving your qualification if you weren't already registered to vote. The Senate's view was that we should add a means of supporting people who were rejected by a moderator and were aggrieved by that and wanted a further opportunity to appeal the case in real time on Election Day and actually for 3 days afterwards as well. So they put into place a right to judicial review essentially immediately, and an opportunity to get the support of the state of New Hampshire in their attempt to verify that they were qualified to vote. I am asking that you vote green to accept the Committee of Conference report and therefore reinforce the validity of our election system and support the trust and confidence of our voters that they know their votes are not being diluted, devalued by people who are not entitled to. And we are faced, if there's a vulnerability, which we have, then I cannot calculate the likelihood it'll be exploited, but I know that it can be, and this is one way to reduce that likelihood a great deal. Thank you very much.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion of a higher priority.
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 1370, and I would ask for a division vote.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. The division has been asked for. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill started with a title, Relative to Durable and Tamper-Proof Election Containers for Preserving Ballots, if I know that this bill, when addressed by the body behind us, came out ITL 50, but magically on the floor changed and became ought to pass. And then, Mr. Speaker, if I know the body behind us adopted an amendment that did not have a public hearing at all, would I now vote to table this such that this legislation could be taken up in a future session as the idea has a lot of merit to correct our election laws. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, all these topics were covered in public hearings. If I know, you just sat through the debate, and this motion's a little spurious, Mr. Speaker. If I would like to move on and just have an up or down vote on the conference report, would I press the red button?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Muirhead.
For all members present that had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 223 voting nay, 141 voting nay. House Bill 1370 is laid on the table. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following titled bill. House Bill 1380, relative to brew pub licenses, relative to insurance cost-sharing calculations, and relative to receipt of pharmaceutical rebates by insurers and pharmacy benefits managers.
Representative Hunt moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1380. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in its amendment to the following entitled bills sent up from the House relative to prohibiting the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfill facilities, composting facilities, or incinerators.
Representative Aaron moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1386. Chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why would I stand up to oppose a bill at the last possible moment relative to lithium-ion batteries? Well, let's take a look at the legislative history of this. We have a law today that says no wet cell batteries shall be disposed of at a solid waste landfill facility or composting facility or incinerator, whether in an waste-to-energy facility or otherwise. That's the current law. Don't throw car batteries away. Pretty simple. They leach lots of sulfuric acid. We're changing that to no person shall dispose of any wet cell batteries, today's law, lithium-ion batteries, or electronic devices or solid waste in any solid waste landfill facility or incinerator. Don't throw your iPad away. Don't throw a lot of devices away. While I appreciate the intent of the bill, the problem is we're going to penalize people per the current statute. What is the current penalty? We asked that on Monday night. Any person who violates any of the provisions of this chapter, meaning 149M, or any rule adopted or order issued under this chapter, or any condition of a permit issued under this chapter shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Further down in that section, any person who violates any of the provisions of this chapter or any rule adopted or order issued under this chapter or any condition or permit issued under this chapter shall be subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $25,000. Are we really sure that we want our citizens charged $25,000 because they happen to throw their iPad in the trash after the battery was dead? I've spent 20 years working on lithium batteries. I probably know more than anybody in this room relative to lithium-ion technology. Commercial Street in Manchester in 2004, I was part of a development group that burned down a lab. It wasn't our fault. It was a supplier out of the automotive groups who had sent over a prototype battery. We plugged it in the charge that night. It was on top of a carpeted floor, and lo and behold, the device caught on fire, burning down a second floor lab on Commercial Street in Manchester. I'm very familiar with lithium-ion battery fires. I asked the sponsor, I said, what chemistries are we talking about? Well, lithium-ion. I'm like, are we talking about lithium iron phosphate? Are we talking about lithium iron cobalt, lithium magnesium? Which chemistry? Well, we're talking about lithium ion. I appreciate that we want to start recycling these. It's a great idea. We should all be good stewards of our devices. Returning them to recycling facilities is in the best interest of our environment. Creating penalties and new statutes that penalize a kid for throwing their toy away with civil fines up to $25,000 is a bad idea. I would ask that you would oppose this such that a bill that addresses all of these issues could be brought up in a future session. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is a very important bill and merely prohibits the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfill facilities, composting facilities, or incinerators. Because we know we've had fire marshals and we've had landfill facility supervisors and so on come to our committee and testify that the fires that these lithium-ion batteries can create are horrific, they are destructive, they have damaged some facilities, and we're just looking to eliminate that problem. This bill was heard in my committee in Environment and Agriculture. It was passed out of our committee unanimously. It passed through this House unanimously. When it got to the Senate wanted to make some change, an amendment to the bill to just change some language that was typographical errors and whatnot. And when they did, when they made their amendment messed some things up. They ended up adding a section which duplicated the definition of computers, and so what we had to do is non-concur with their amendment, and so we found ourselves in a committee of conference where the sponsor of the bill brought an amendment to fix the problem that the Senate amendment created. There was no, in the original bill and also the Senate amendment, there was no changes to the definition, there was no change to penalties or anything else that was already established in statute. If we wish to change the penalties for disposal, incorrect disposal of any of these items, we can do that next session. But I think it's of utmost importance that we at least prohibit lithium-ion batteries from being disposed into the trash and landfills, which can be very dangerous. There is in RSA 149-M:27, where we talk about prohibited disposal, item number 3A says no leaf or yard waste shall be disposed of in a solid waste landfill or incinerator, including any waste to energy facility. Any person who violates this paragraph shall be subject to the penalties and enforcement provision of RSA 149-M:15 and 16. And in that provision is where the penalties are identified. We made no changes with this bill to any of the penalties. We just merely said that lithium-ion batteries should not be disposed in landfills or incinerators or these other facilities. So, you know, basically, this is a really good bill. I think if we want to come back and talk about changing the penalties at some further point in time, then that would be an appropriate thing to do. But I encourage you and I urge you, please, to concur with this committee conference report. Thank you.
The motion before us is to adopt the committee conference report, House Bill 1386. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to adopt the committee of conference report on 1386. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ubel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1386 passed the House and the other body on the consent calendar after full hearings and discussion with DES and stakeholders with not one person testifying in opposition, if I know that this bill banning the disposal of lithium-ion batteries is a top priority of the solid waste industry to remove toxic wastes from the waste stream and to decrease fire risk, municipalities, the state fire marshal, and the Association of Fire Chiefs all due to their extreme fire risk. If I know that many items of electronic waste are already banned from disposal, and this updates the list and the definition, and that the existing law banning electronic waste disposal, along with yard waste and wet cell batteries, will remain in place regardless of whether this bill passes, and if I know this bill only adds lithium-ion batteries and some electronic waste to a long-standing statute with long-standing related DES enforcement provisions that are applicable to virtually all violation of DES-related laws. And finally, if I know the committee of conference report was necessary only to correct a simple few drafting errors, the policy having been fully vetted, would I now pass the green button and support this important safety measure?
Motion before us is to adopt the committee conference report on House Bill 1386. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toll. Representative Bouchard. Representative Morong, I can't see. Thank you.
Representative Morgan.
Will all members present have the opportunity to vote? House will tend to state the vote. 238 voting aye, 118 voting nay. Committee conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following title bill, House Bill 1400, relative to residential parking spaces, landlord-tenant law, unauthorized occupant evictions, and zoning procedures concerning residential housing.
Representative Alexander moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1400 is a bunch of different bills together. One is a modest compromise on parking reform. It allows the free market to determine how many parking spaces are needed for multifamily developments. That language, or more stringent language, passed the House twice, so this is moving towards more freedom for developers for multifamily developments. Additionally, we added a careful compromise language between tenants' rights advocates and housing providers that allows an opportunity for a landlord to file a brief in court to evict somebody who is squatting on their property in 48 hours. Without this provision, landlords would have to wait 9 to 11 weeks to evict somebody that is squatting in their house. So this is a protection for housing providers, and tenants' rights advocates support this provision as well. We also amended language to allow municipalities to create a tax cut for those that convert office spaces to residential developments. This is crucial language that would help alleviate the housing crisis, and this language sunsets in 10 years. So this is a temporary solution that will allow municipalities to do more with the office spaces that are not currently being used. So with that, I encourage you to support the Committee of Conference report. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Len Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 14 is an omnibus bill that I'll call the good, the bad, and the ugly. Actually, it's the neutral, the bad, and the ugly. I'll start with the neutral, and that's sections 2 to 7 of the bill, which is the anti-squatter legislation. I'm not going to speak to this, as I think there are positives and negatives there. Maybe others plan to speak on that. Let's start with the bad, which is the original Bill 1400. What this would do is amend current parking RSAs from shall not require more than 2 spaces, residential spaces, down to 1.5 for some scenarios. Interestingly, a town such as Goffstown already requires 2 spaces in their zoning, and the town of Salem and some recent projects have done parking requirements from 1.3 to 1.7. The point here is that the municipalities, working with their zoning regulations and developers of the projects, have tailored the parking requirements to meet their local needs. This change to the RSAs is not needed or desired. Municipalities can figure parking requirements without the top-down mandates. Now we'll go to the ugly. The other body tacked on SB 538, which we'll call an omnibus bill within this omnibus bill. That bill we killed in this body a little over a month ago. It's back with some changes. As a reminder, sections 8 and 9 of that was the community revitalization tax relief. Now, this was originally meant in the RSAs for the rehabilitation of dilapidated buildings. Now the definition would add office conversions, industrial, and commercial property conversions. It would permit the governing body of the municipalities to grant tax relief for up to 13 years. Of course, anytime you grant property tax relief on one property, the ones in this case that are being revitalized, it would be spread to all the other taxpayers in that municipality. This is redistribution. Section 12 talks about alternative adoption to zoning. This, without question, is the most onerous piece of this SB 538. If approved, it would allow the governing body to change the zoning in a municipality at will without the vote of the local legislative body. If and when adopted, there is no mechanism to retract the RSA language, as most other RSAs similar to this do allow. You could go through and figure out some scenarios here where you vote this in, the select board changes, or the makeup of the municipality citizens changes politically. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Your town would then be stuck with allowing the body to change the zoning at will. The other scenario, of course, would be watching zoning being frequently whipsawed. It's very expensive to do zoning changes, and that you could actually see zoning changes whipsaw from one way to the other over a matter of months. The last one is alternative parking solutions. As drafted, there are 4 solutions that are proposed for bypassing the current zoning requirements for parking. Only one would actually require parking for residents of a development, and that would be at off-site location of another property owner when the property owner was not using his spaces. So what happens when the property owner is using its spaces? Where do the cars go? The second would require rideshare to provide transportation for residents. But to where? It doesn't say. Other parking, to their workplace, to shopping? No answer to these questions. The third solution, public transport within a quarter of a mile. Again, to where? And finally, no parking required again as long as there is quote-unquote walkability infrastructure. Now, what's interesting, in the same paragraph, the Committee of Conference added language that directly conflicts with the next 3 paragraphs in the bill. I'm assuming they meant to remove those 3 paragraphs, but they did not. So now we have 2 paragraphs in direct conflict with each other in that particular paragraph. Here's my personal favorite. Section 10 of the original SB 538 adds a new definition of qualifying structure. And in that new paragraph, it references RSA 79E4D. Not important. Yet, here's the important part. In the Committee of Conference, Section 14, it repeals that same referenced RSA. So you're putting in a new paragraph, reference an RSA, and then in the end you kill the RSA. Makes no sense. But what you're seeing here is a prime example of why legislators should not be operating on the fly, meaning rushing the legislation without adequate time to review and assess what is being proposed. So in conclusion, while there is a piece regarding the anti-squatters, which may be helpful, I'm unaware that we have a problem in that area, and the other pieces of this omnibus bill, HB 1400 and SB 538, in my opinion, are just too onerous to allow the passage of this legislation. It takes away local control, redistributes property taxes to residential and other taxpayers for the benefit of a few businesses, eliminates planning board involvement, giving selectmen 100% of control of zoning at will, takes away the voters' right to vote on approving zoning changes. Think of that as losing checks and balances. And again, creates direct conflicts in 2 separate areas of the bill. So I would ask that you vote red against the motion to concur. And Mr. Speaker, I think I've already requested a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Reverend Dennis Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows for expedited hearing process for landlords to remove squatters from rental units. It also includes the same expedited hearing process for non-rental owners if you find somebody squatting on your property. When I first saw this bill, I had some concerns about the 48-hour hearing process for non-rental owners. In my mind, that meant if you come home from vacation and someone's in your house, you can't call the police and have them removed. You have to go through this 48-hour process through the court system. That's not the case. And to ensure that, we put some language in the bill that says nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent the arrest and prosecution of persons or a person for pursuant to RSA 635(1) or 2, which is criminal trespass or burglary. So An example of where this might happen, if you have like a vacation home, you show up there, somebody's in it, and they say they rented it from an Airbnb and they have documentation that they did, and this has happened before. In that case, the police might be leery of arresting somebody. You should be afforded that same right of the 48-hour process rather than waiting 6 to 9 weeks, which is what we told it would take. However, we wanted to make sure that this is not a tool for law enforcement to circumvent arrest for probable cause of burglary or criminal trespass, nor is it to be used as a defense for either. This language is a right afforded to a non-rental owner to use as an option for relief of a violation of burglary and criminal trespass should any other option be unsuccessful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Turcotte has requested a roll call, and that has been sufficiently seconded. So this will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to adopt the committee conference report on House Bill 1400. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn Turcotte for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there are new zoning mandates regarding parking that are not needed, as they are better handled at the local level, if I also know this bill would spread property tax liabilities from a few to the rest of the municipality's property owners, if I know the most onerous provision would allow the governing body rather than the citizens to change zoning laws at will, and finally, if I know there are two blatant conflicting issues in the language the COC failed to realize even existed, but I now press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill is a modest parking reform bill that is a compromise between the House and Senate position for 1.5 spaces for every unit in multifamily developments over 10 units, and if I further know that this bill is a compromise between tenant advocates and landlord providers to help with housing on both sides of the coin, finally, if I know that this bill upholds our current criminal trespass statute and fairly carves out civil versus criminal for squatting concerns, would I then press green yes to pass this fair, compromised, modest parking reform bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is to adopt the committee conference report on House Bill 1400. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 205 voting aye, 149 voting aye. Committee conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1573, relative to out-of-home placements for children.
Representative Mark Pearson moves that we accept the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee of Conference report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the Committee of Conference report to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1585, relative to the position of certified assisted living medication aide and relative to the state loan repayment program for qualified nursing professionals and making an appropriation therefor.
Representative Wayne McDonald's move we concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following titled bill, House Bill 1596, requiring a disclosure of deceptive artificial intelligence usage in political advertising.
Representative Stephen Smith moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1600, establishing a committee to study the aggregation of electric customers by municipalities and counties.
Representative Rose moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1616, relative to parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to Schools program and establishing a pilot recruitment and retention program within the Department of Health and Human Services.
Representative Ladd moves that we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Cascaden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1616 creates an additional task that duplicates the current process for parental consent for services for Medicaid to Schools program. Some services provided to students identified with disabilities are reimbursable services to offset local school district costs. Only services that are considered medically necessary for the student to benefit from their educational program or setting are eligible for reimbursement, such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, some psychological services. And they can only be ordered by and provided by a licensed health professional. So school counselors, special educators, tutors, they are not eligible Medicaid providers. So New Hampshire Special Education Procedural Safeguards Handbook devotes 4 pages of parental consent processes that must be followed for any services provided to a student. So, quote, the school district must request parental consent in writing for special education and related services to be provided to a child with a disability, as well as for other activities that are part of the special ed process. So the parent has up to 14 days to respond in writing. So parental consent means you have been fully informed of all information relevant to the activity. You understand and agree in writing to the carrying out of the activity. You understand that the granting of consent is voluntary and you may revoke it at any time. This mandatory process creates transparency in parental rights and in protection for parent involvement. Thus, it negates the need for House Bill 1616. Any services can also be refused with parental signatures. Federal reimbursement dollars for eligible services help to offset local costs that is generally borne by the local property taxpayer. Please vote no on adopting this unnecessary Committee of Conference report.
Representative Leon's recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, a bill came through the Health and Human Services Committee so that parents would need to consent to medical treatment in schools. That is what this bill amends. This is not a bill that's limited to special education in the schools. However, this has to deal with everything between a scraped knee, vaccination clinics, and even more invasive procedures that may be happening inside schools. This is an important bill because initially, when this bill was passed, we had parents getting a form that said, either you consent to everything we want to do medically with your child, or we won't give them an ice pack. We had many, many parents who would not fill out that form as either everything or nothing, and they wrote in the details. This is a simple, common sense way to make sure that the parent will agree to perhaps have them help monitor their child's diabetes or help them monitor some other areas, and also to be informed if their child has had a concussion in school and make sure that they have to understand this. This is simple, common sense, and deals with every student, not just special education. So in order to keep parents a critical part of the health of their children, I ask that you press the green button and support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
The questions on the adoption of the conference report on House Bill 1616. Representative Leon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of the conference report on House Bill 1616. Representative Balboni is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this legislation has nothing to do with the delivery of services, and parents already must give consent for any changes to an IEP, as well as annual permission to build the Medicaid to Schools program. And I know that requiring additional written consent for Medicaid billing is not required by federal statute and will only disrupt Medicaid reimbursement to schools, thus increasing costs to local school districts and taxpayers. And finally, if I know that the pilot recruitment and retention program was approved earlier in HB 1236, so that this bill is both fiscally irresponsible and unnecessary, would I now press the red button to vote against the Committee of Conference report to be fiscally responsible to New Hampshire taxpayers?
Representative Ladd recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe parent consent and approval is necessary when schools bill for new or additional Medicaid reimbursement services beyond those previously approved by the parent. And if I also know an additional layer of protections for taxpayers and the child come from this bill. And if I lastly know, the bill as amended will provide needed grant funding support to proactively address vacancy rates, acuity care, and reliance on contracted staff at the Sununu Youth Services Center and at the Hampstead Hospital Treatment Facility. Would I then support HB 1616 as amended by pressing the green button?
The question is on the adoption of the conference report on House Bill 1616. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Griffin. Representative Griffin.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 173 in the affirmative, 179 in the negative. Motion passed.
Chair recognizes the clerk for our Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which is referred the following titled bill, House Bill 1622, relative to administrative rulemaking and license renewals by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, and this was a consent calendar bill.
Representative McGuire moves the adoption of the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference on the following titled bill, House Bill 1623, relative to involuntary retirement or decommissioning of electricity generators.
Representative Vose moves the adoption of the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 1633, relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations therefor.
Representative Hunt moves adopting Committee of Conference report on 1633. The House will be in order. Chair recognizes. Chair recognizes Representative Jared Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we're back at this again 2 weeks later. 2 weeks ago today, I stood here and argued against concurring on 1633 as amended by the Senate. I must admit, 1633 is proving to be a pretty stubborn bill that refuses to die. The perplexing thing about the immortality of this bill is that literally nobody in this body likes this bill. 2 weeks ago, the prime advocate for this bill said, and I quote, "The Senate made this bill the ugliest, most government-intrusive, most over-regulated marijuana statute they could mend at the midnight hour." And he was right then, and that statement remains true today. The thing is, the committee of conference did little to address the ugliness of 1633. 1633 remains the most intrusive big government marijuana program proposed anywhere in the country, one that ignores free market principles, will stifle innovation in an emerging industry, and tie future generations of Granite Staters to an inferior model indefinitely. The ranking House Democrat on the Commerce Committee, the respectable representative from Bartlett, a woman I truly agree with and enjoy working with, said in closing comments last week on the committee of conference, "I want to make it clear, I am signing off on this with a lot of angst." Those are not the words of somebody who is confident in their position. Now, the member from Ringe, the chairman of my committee, a man I also greatly respect for his deep knowledge, he's our official historian for our committee, and his grace in handling disagreements within our committee, maintains the view that we should pass this deeply flawed bill, ugly bill, because we can fix it later. While I trust his intentions, I really do, and I do respect him, I disagree with his thinking for two reasons. First, upon signing, the Liquor Commission will immediately receive $8 million to start developing rules and infrastructure to regulate this new government-run cannabis industry. Does anyone in here actually believe that we will be able to reel in a newly empowered government bureaucracy after they've spent millions of dollars? Does anyone honestly believe it will be easy to pull back power from an unelected agency once they have it? Two, the logic that we can fix something next year is counterintuitive. Because if next year we have the ability to pass a new bill to fix this terrible one, then we should just pass a good bill next year, one that decriminalizes starting in 2025 instead of 2026, which is the current timeline. I, like many in this room, seriously want to legalize cannabis sales in New Hampshire. But the fact is, despite the
member will suspend. There's not many of you left in the room, but yet it's louder than it normally is. If you need to have a conversation, that's what the back room is for. Member may continue.
I, like many in this room, seriously want to legalize cannabis sales in New Hampshire. But the fact is, despite the recent tweaks, this remains a terrible bill, the same terrible bill we defeated 2 weeks ago. One that massively increases the size of government by allowing it to take over an entirely new industry and opens the door for the possibility of rampant corruption and cronyism as the well-connected vie for an extremely limited number of licenses. In closing, government is never more dangerous than when our desire to have it help us blinds us from its great power to harm us. Let us not be blind in this moment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Bill 1633. While my ideal model looks different, this conference report has my full support. We have the opportunity today to make history as the 25th state to legalize cannabis, which may tip federal action. There's already discussion about descheduling, and there's discussion federally about changing the status of cannabis within the country. Imagine if your vote today led to that change in federal policy, where it no longer was federally prohibited. More importantly, though, today we have the chance to get the ball rolling in New Hampshire. Most of this bill won't go into effect until 2026, which gives us more time to fight about some of the challenges and some of the concerns we have about this bill. I plan to be back in this room working on policy next year, assuming that dairy voters give me a third term in the House. By the time we meet again in this chamber, the Liquor Commission will have started the rules process, and we will know if we need to make changes in order to better guide that process. If the Control Commission is a roadblock, we will know. If there are other problems, we will know, and we will have a legislative season that we can do something about it and make the changes, because it is easier to make changes than to start something new. And upon passage, people making normal size purchases out of state will face a violation instead of a misdemeanor. Yes, that's right. Decriminalization will go up to 1 ounce, which is what the purchase limits are in a lot of surrounding states, which means that perhaps there'll be fewer than 1,000 people arrested for possession next year, like were in 2023 in New Hampshire. So please join me in taking a step forward to make New Hampshire a state where we can start having frank discussions about the risks of cannabis instead of just pretending that making it illegal makes all the problems go away. Please vote green, and let's move New Hampshire forward. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I motion to table HB 1633.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1633. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficient? Is that sufficiently seconded? You need to be in your seats. It's not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Simon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 8 people are signed up to speak on this bill, and Mr. Speaker, if I know the House probably already has a position, and we can determine now whether or not we want this legislation to move forward without having to listen to everybody speak, would I now press the green button and table HB 1633? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. If we all want to at least go forward and have a good debate, and maybe actually pass it, which would be a miracle if I believe this is the moment to send the message that we can pass this bill, would I now vote yes? Excuse me, no. Okay, please vote no on the tabling motion.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1633. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to stay to the vote. 107. House will be in order. 178 voting yea, 173 voting nays. House Bill 1633 is laid on the table. Representative Beth Richard declared a conflict and did not participate. The House recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill. House Bill 1665, relative to student eligibility for education freedom accounts and the scholarship organization's cost of administering the program, extending phase-out grants for education freedom accounts, and revising the definitions of average daily membership in attendance and average daily membership in residence.
Representative Ladd moves we adopt the conference report. Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It looks like we all want to go home, so I'll be as brief as I can. This bill is pretty straightforward. It changes from 400% of the federal poverty guidelines to 425% of the federal poverty guidelines in the EFA program. Now, 1665 has an FM on it. That means it's cost some money. So I think that's one of the concerns. But in my case, I submit to you that although I support any family who wants to go outside the public school environment and educate their children, I think that's fine if they're unhappy with our system. However, I have difficulty having the state funding that system. Having said that, I ask that you concur on House Bill 1665, a bill that would increase the funding of this program. My message to you is our responsibility is the funding of our own local school system. And as a former school committee, I ask you to please join me and push the red button to non-concur. I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 3 years, what have we learned about the Education Freedom Account program? We've learned more than 95% of EFA kids were already in private or religious schools or in home schools before the EFA program ever existed. And we've learned fewer than 5% of EFA students left their public schools because of this program. We've learned the Department of Education isn't interested in fraud prevention and has even obstructed state auditors from investigating fraud. We've learned that at least one EFA vendor has been classified as a hate group. And we've learned that even some proponents of the taxpayer-funded EFA program are wincing at the idea of expanding eligibility to families earning more than $132,000 a year without at least an annual income recertification requirement. I'm sure you'll hear about how other parts of this report improve the program, but it's not enough to overcome all this. If you like how wildly successful this taxpayer-funded giveaway is now, please vote no on the conference committee report. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This program is working. I'd like to look at some of the changes which have occurred as a result of our putting the EFA program into work here several years back. We are now providing life-changing experiences for many children which had unsuccessful experiences in the regular education system. And that was occurring years before when we had bullying going on, students attending schools where the academic achievement in certain areas was at the bottom of the achievement scale. So we have made some compromises in this bill dealing with the EFA, and the Committee of Conference had to sit down, and we went through three separate, we had a break, come back on 3 different days to arrive where we are. The amendment achieved a compromise in terms of eligibility. A family of 4, the median family income is now going from 350% to 425%. This House had passed earlier this year 500%. If you look at that, we've split the difference. We're halfway between 350 and 500. I'd like to look at some of the folks which are going to be now eligible, and that's important. We have a middle class in this state, and due to inflation, real income not going the way it should be, and debt piling up, we have some figures I'd like to share with you here. A single nurse with 1 school-aged child earning $83,420 previously was not eligible. Now, with this bill, they will be eligible. A married couple, one working in a restaurant as an employee, a school teacher, the other with one child earning with a combined income of $103,820, that family will now be eligible. A family of 3, 2 parents working a combined 3 jobs and earning $105,000 was not eligible under 350, but will be now under 425. We are going to get more kids involved, and this opens the door up to 60% of students in this state. And that is critical and important. This adjustment opens the doors to many other middle-income New Hampshire families. Secondly, what this bill does, it drops the administrative costs of the EFA program from 10% of the received monies used for administration now to 8%. The actual figure is less than 8%. But I want to make a note that in past, when the administrative costs have been less than that 10%, that money is turned around to use for students who are applying for the EFA program. It's used for students, not for administration. I'm sure the director over there, the scholarship organization, will do the same thing moving forward. We also have a phase-out grants program, which is within this bill, and it's being extended from 2026, another 3 years, 2029. And lastly, I want to touch upon the issue that less than 3% of New Hampshire students participate in the EFA program. 3% of about 164,000 kids. We're hammering away at those 4,875 kids taking advantage of this program. There are many programs which students fit best in, and this is one. It's not the only program. We have alternative forms of education. We have charter schools. We have regular public schools. I, for one, when my student was not successful, I spoke about earlier today, took my student and enrolled him in the Warren Village School, where speech therapy services were provided properly. So in conclusion, the hope of many for a successful 2025 school year is a decision that we will make today, and I encourage all to press the green button. Thank you very much.
Representative Guthrie has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report in 1665. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Myler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Education Freedom Account program was initiated and advocated as a poverty program to assist families earning less than 350% of the poverty level, and that the current proposed changes basically change the intent of the program by increasing the level to 425% for a family earning $133,000 a year. If I know that unlike other state budgeted programs, the EFA has little accountability and oversight for a $60 million program, with the majority of the House rejecting any attempt to provide appropriate guardrails on the management of the program. If I know that of the 160,000 public school students, only 5% have left the public schools, and that the majority of the EFA funds are being directed to students who are currently in private or religious schools. If I know that the origin of the EFA program was initiated without a proper public hearing, and that the public interest surveys object to having public tax dollars paying for religious education. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the EFA advocates ultimately want this program to eventually become a universal program available to all families, regardless of their income level, to access public tax dollars and further drain needed tax dollars away from the overwhelmingly publicly supported public education, would I now reject House Bill 1665 and stop the expansion of the EFA voucher program to the 425% level by pressing the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, I would welcome your support for a universal EFA program. And if I know this bill increases the household income eligibility cap for education freedom accounts from 350 to 425% of the federal poverty guidelines, which is close to the median income in the state. If I believe by expanding the eligibility level offers a life-changing increase for many middle-income New Hampshire families who are drowning and trapped under high inflationary expenses and debt. If I further know that there are many families seeking the right educational fit who will realize hope through this educational option. And lastly, would I then support middle-income children and families with the benefits of school choice by pressing the green button? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1665. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Di Silvestro.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 185 voting nay. Committee of Conference report fails. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion?
State your motion.
Remove House Bill 1633 from the table. And I request a roll call vote.
Okay. Representative Prout has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on removing 1633 from the table. Also be in order. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 1633 from the table. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Prout for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the roll call on placing this bill on the table failed due to not enough people in the room, and if I know that this is an important policy that our constituents deserve to know where we stand on by a roll call vote, and that this vote will be that vote, and if I know that this policy is an important one that is right for New Hampshire and will be watched by many people and will be a historic event of being the 25th state if we pass it, would I now press the green button to remove it from the table?
The motion before us is to remove House Bill 1633 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cannon.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 162 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the clerk for a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the last Senate message. The Senate has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled bill, House Bill 2024, relative to the State 10-Year Transportation Improvement Plan, relative to adding a speed limit of 45 miles per hour on rural highways, relative to disability pensions for public safety employees who are victims of violence, and making a capital appropriation of the Department of Corrections toward the replacement of the New Hampshire State Prison for Men.
Representative McConkey moves we adopt the Committee of Conference report. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. nay. The ayes have it. Committee conference report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request the remarks from HB 1665 be recorded in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Then we'll put it to a vote. Objection has been given. Okay. The House will be in order. The question is to print the remarks in the of 1675? 1665, I'm sorry. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. Will be printed. Okay. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a motion to adjourn from the early session. You need to stay in your seats.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of announcements, a couple on behalf of the Speaker. As many of you know, we have several statutory committees or statutory commissions that may be enacted into law. If you are interested in serving on any of those committees or commissions, please contact the Speaker's office once those have been signed into law. If after today you are interested in having a bill signing ceremony in the governor's office, please contact the governor's office for said request. Additionally, we do have a few requests for unanimous consents, including memorial remarks coming up, so please, if you have to exit, please do so quietly. And lastly, for those of you that wore seersucker today, if you'd like to have a picture up front, please stick around after. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Early for memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like the Hudson delegation to join me, please.
Can the members stay in your seats? This is a memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few hours ago, the Honorable Lynn Ober of Hudson announced the passing of her husband, Russ. Many of us have served with Lieutenant Colonel Russ Ober over the years. He was on Ways and Means for much of his second public service life. Russ was a 23-year-old veteran of the United States Air Force with over 600 hours of combat service in Vietnam. He also earned a Silver Star for his pivotal role in the Son Toi raid. His air medals had 19 oak leaf clusters. Russ was a very strict math teacher over at Alvern High School and served here in the House on Science and Technology. He was the chair of the Veterans, and he served in Ways and Means. In town, his BMW was always seen at the various events around town. He and his wife were, well, she still is, an integral part of the town. After a brief fight with esophageal cancer, Russ left this world on 6/10, but his death was only announced today. He left a large family and his wife of 53 years. I will miss this tall, distinguished gentleman in his brown suit and cherish his memory.
Can we all rise for a moment of silence for Russ Ober?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, guys.
For reason, member rise.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the remarks in memory of Representative Roesener be printed in the permanent journal and that the condolences of the House be extended to the Honorable Lynn Ober.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith. We've got a few more. If you just sit in your seats for a few minutes, these are people that won't be with us next session. So, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look around and I realize that about 1/3 of those of us who are in the room will not be back next term. That's the usual turnover. Whether it's more or less, I don't know. Some of those who will leave are people who have been our colleagues and who we have worked with. Some of those who will leave have become our closest friends, and we will very much miss them, but perhaps actually get to see them in another environment. Mr. Speaker, I have just signed up for my 14th time, and I have never asked for unanimous consent before, because I could not imagine that anyone would choose to stay here just to hear me speak. And today I am asking you to do that because I am not speaking about myself. I am speaking about a member of this body who has done what no one has done before and possibly no one else will do in the future. I'm speaking about our friend and our colleague, Steve Shurtleff. Steve came to this body first when he was, I think, a 4th grader, and he walked into this room and thought it was something that was going to mean everything to him. He then went through his schooling. He fought in a war for all of us. He then went and worked for the federal marshals. And eventually he came back to a place that he has loved. He has served on any number of committees. He has been the minority leader. He has been the majority leader. He has been, as you saw today, the most able speaker. And he has, because of the courtesy of the incumbent speaker, also been the Speaker Emeritus. Those are positions that no one else in the history of this legislature has accomplished. If you are to leave here today and walk past the State Library, you will see a statue of John Winan, a former governor of the state, and you might see, sitting on the bench next to Winan, Steve Shurtleff, who goes to sit there and think about what Winan did under the most unbelievably difficult circumstances. There had been an ambassador to Great Britain just before the start of World War II who really was not terribly uncomfortable with what was happening in Germany. And I think many of you know who he was. He subsequently had a son who grew up to be president of the United States. Winan knew that there was a problem, and he worked unbelievably hard to make sure that the United States played the role that it should play in terms of fighting for democracy in something that we in this body and across the country have always held dear. That was the behavior that has shaped Steve Shurtleff's life. I don't agree with Steve on everything. I just don't really know anybody who I've agreed with on everything. But Steve stands out as someone who recognized that there is no such thing as people on one side of the aisle or the other, that there's no such thing as people who deserve to be respected as against those who do not deserve to be respected. Steve provided a model for us that if we can live up to it next term and the term after and the term after that, forever in the future, we will do very well in this body to preserve the core values that we do in fact all share. And I hope you will join me today in wishing Steve well as he goes on to play a different role in the public sector and continuing to behave in a way that we all would admire. Thank you very much.
Steve just told me to hit the gavel. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, as a police academy graduate along with Representative Shurtleff way back in 1970, I would urge the remarks of the prior speaker be put in the permanent journal.
Definitely without opposition. Chair recognizes Maria Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the House, for allowing me to speak today. First of all, I want to take a minute to say thank you to my family. My family for the last 20 years have made a lot of sacrifices for me to be here, for me to have a seat in this house. I would like to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, especially my daughter, my son, and my grandson. I sacrifice a lot of time to be here and not spending with my family. I sacrifice many things, but I'm proud to be here. It's been the hardest, probably 2 years of my life. Me taking the decision to be independent, it was the hardest decision ever, but it was needed. It was needed because my boys, it needs to be heard by independent voters. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I see you as a person, and many of you has been showing me respect from both sides of the aisle. I build relationship with a lot of Republicans, and I will say thank you for showing me respect. We may not agree with a lot of things, but I can say that it's been my pleasure and my honor to work with a lot of you. And for many of you, show me the sky is the limit. As an immigrant, I never thought I was gonna be sitting in this house. I never thought I was gonna have a seat in this house. And it's been the honor of my life. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Junior. Thanks to my husband, Luis. He's been the rock star. Our marriage is not perfect, I can tell you that. But he's been there in the hardest time of my life. He's been there to support me when I feel like I have no way to get out. I would like to say thank you too to the elected officials of Mexico for allowing me and give me the opportunity. I just came back from Mexico. I was one of the international elected officials invited to the elections, one in a lifetime, 2 females running for president. It was my honor to be in Mexico to witness that democracy is not there. People losing their life just to have the right to vote. I witnessed, I saw the news, I was in the middle of people getting killed. 28 candidates got killed. One was elected the day of the election, and he was celebrating his election winner when he got killed. That gave me a different perspective what democracy means. If we complain about our elections here, let me tell you, we have it easy. What I saw there is horrible. Thank you so much. Like I say, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I would like to take a minute too to say thank you to the Heredia Marjorie family of Oaxaca, Mexico. They welcomed me to their house. I was afraid to what happened to me, but I want to make sure that I witnessed everything that was happening in Mexico because I want to bring that information to you guys. And I will make a report so you guys can see that we have it easy here. And I'm going to say thank you in Spanish because they deserve for me to tell them in Spanish because they're probably going to watch this video. Quiero tomarme un momento para darle las gracias a los oficiales electorales del país de México por haberme dado el honor de ser una de las visitantes internacionales durante las elecciones que fueron una historia. 2 mujeres por primera vez corriendo para la presidencia de México. Fue un honor para mí estar ahí y ser presente, que cuando nosotros decimos que nuestras elecciones son difíciles, los de ellos son muchísimo más difíciles. Las personas luchan con su vida por el derecho de votar. Quiero cogerme el momento y un minuto para agradecer a la familia Heredia Marjorie por haberme abierto las puertas de su casa, por haberme hecho sentir que era parte de una familia mexicana. Muchísimas gracias. Quiero coger un momento también para agradecer a mi familia, a mi esposo Luis, a mi hija Catherine Perez y a mi hijo Junior Perez, porque ellos han sacrificado muchísimo durante estos 20 años para que yo tenga la oportunidad de tener un asiento en esta casa. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Nagel. Chair recognizes Representative David Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the clerk for his patience with me. This is my 3rd try at doing this. I also would like to thank Honorary Speaker Emeritus Shurtleff, who I tried to tell you in the bathroom that you were actually inspiration for what I'm about to say. So I thought maybe the bathroom wasn't the right place to do that. Besides, he was busy. Every address needs a title. Mine's a tribute to fear. And I want to tell you about somebody you've never met, but I hope he will inspire you as much as he's inspired me. I think at times I'm the luckiest man in the entire world. And no, I never played for the New York Yankees, and no, I don't have ALS. But I've been very fortunate. Some of you older folks, I hope you know that reference. But anyways, Lou Gehrig. I've lived my childhood dream my entire life. Since I was in 4th grade, I stood up for somebody who was being abused by other people. And I found that like so empowering that I wanted that to be what I did the rest of my life. And in doing so, I was living up to my mom. My mom was disabled, but somehow she was a real life Good Samaritan who always put the needs of everybody else above her own. And I always wanted to be like her. Unlike my mom, though, I'm able to travel the world and do all sorts of things, and I've been able to meet all sorts of amazing, wonderful people. And in one of my travels, when I met this gentleman named John Bell, who you have not met. John, I met in a strange way. He was sitting right there when I gave my book launch at the Center for Practical Bioethics in Kansas City. That's a talk for another day, what the center does. But they do amazing bioethical work, and I'm really lucky to have been part of them for the last 15 years. And when I did my book launch, that's the only place that I wanted to do it. So when I got there, you don't need to know what my book is about. But what I did do was look at a complex social problem, that of how poorly we manage pain. And I looked at all the different institutions in our culture that deal with that. And using the Good Samaritan as my guide, what do you say you're going to do for people in need? What do you actually do? What's the gap between? And how do we bridge that through creative public policy? In the middle of that, I developed what I call the hypocrite scale. If you do what you say you're going to do and you help that person in need, you're a hero, maybe even a saint. If you don't do it, then you're a hypocrite. And if you turn around and actually abuse the person in need, you're a coward. And when I present my book talk, I say usually I'm kind of in the hypocrite range on that scale. And so as I'm giving my talk, there's this guy in the front row, and I don't know about how when you guys give talks, but I always seem to focus on one person, and I focused on John. And I think the reason why was because he looked like he wasn't listening to a word I was saying. And he didn't like I was like really, getting in or anything like that. And then finally, the talk comes to an end and we do discussion. And so the first person to stand up was John. And I found out that John always looks that way. And that he heard everything I said. He'd actually even read my book, and he wanted to share a story. So John is African American. He's lived with pain his whole life. He has sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell disease creates periods of what we call crisis, where you can get anywhere from moderate to severe pain. When your pain's really bad, you go to the ER. And that's what John did one day. And when he went there, he was so disenchanted with how the people treated him, like he wasn't worthy, like his self-esteem, his integrity wasn't worthy of the guy's effort. So needless to say, that really didn't sit very well. One thing I didn't tell you is John works for the center as a citizen advocate, meaning he advocates for the rights of people who are disabled. On his own time, no pay, nothing. So 3 weeks later, John's back at the hospital advocating for somebody, and he gets on the elevator to go up to the 3rd floor, and he pushes the button. You know how the doors are shut and an arm comes right through like that? Well, an arm came through, and John said, that was the doctor that treated me in the emergency room. And the minute the doctor looked at him, he kind of got like a look like of recognition. And John looked at him, and think about, you have that opportunity. This is a Gibbs NCIS elevator moment. What would you say to him? And and John then said, he goes, to me, this was a teaching moment. And I looked at him and I said, do you know who I am? And the doctor said, yes. And he goes, listen, he goes, when I need you there for me, I need you to be there. But I don't need you right now. But when I need you to be there. So then I asked John, why did you do that? Why didn't you just give him a piece of your mind? Because a lot of people would have done that. And John said, if I had done that, I would have lost an opportunity to teach this doctor that he made a mistake, and that's how he should treat other people. So, last I checked, I'm white, he's black. There's certain things you don't say on your first meeting, and I was not comfortable. John and I got to be really good friends. And a couple of years later, I finally asked him the question I really wanted to ask on the day one. He says, did you think they treated you that way because you're black? And we know that black males especially are stigmatized in the healthcare system. Did they treat you that way because you were in pain? Because we know people in pain are stigmatized. And he didn't even hesitate to answer. He goes, no, the answer is fear. And I said, this is my Freudian, Jim, Freudian. Instead of, I just said, fear? He goes, yeah, fear of the ramifications of doing the right thing. And immediately when he said that, I knew what he was talking about. I don't know how many times I've stood up for somebody and had to, take a lot of grief for doing it. Every time I write an opioid prescription, half the planet wants to tell me I'm doing the wrong thing. And so I knew what he was talking about, but then that brought me to here. I was not doing well not long ago. I was like wondering, why am I here? What am I doing? I'm making decisions, pushing buttons that I don't agree with. And the whole time I'm thinking, well, what would John say? And so then, I talked to a whole bunch of people here, and everybody said the three things that are most important when you make a decision are conscience, constituents, and party, in that order. And then I looked at one person, I said, if that's the case, then why aren't I doing that? And so I decided I needed to go back to Kansas City to find home. And I get back there was a dinner, and I go to the dinner and I see my friend Cindy, and I go, how's John? And she said, John's gone. He died 3 months before, and he was gone. And I'm like, not sure what to say. So in 4 minutes, I went through Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grieving and came to equilibrium, and I finally realized John, the Gospel of John, the Word became flesh, and he lived among us. And I realized that we live on not in who we are now, but in what we do in word and deed. And that was the message that I took home. And when I came back here, all of a sudden it was like somebody took a yoke off my shoulders, and all of a sudden I was willing to say what I felt I needed to say, push the buttons that I felt that I needed to push. And it was the best day of my life. And so what I hope for you is that John can be an inspiration to you. And also, if you pray, could you please say a prayer for him so that he finds his home where I hope we all find our home someday. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roesener.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to talk to the most patient of us here. These are going to be short remarks honoring Pride Month. I welcome anybody who is of the LGBT community or in support. If they want to stand with me, they are welcome to. If you would like to keep sitting, you're invited to. If you're ready to go home, the doors are that way. Pride Month, celebrated every June, honors the LGBTQ community's resilience, diversity, and contributions. Its origins trace back to the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York City, where LGBTQ individuals resisted police brutality and discrimination, sparking a broader movement for equal rights. A complete account of the Stonewall uprisings has been lost to time. Today, it serves as a powerful symbol of resistance against queerphobia and police brutality in our modern American history. Pride Month not only commemorates the Stonewall uprising, but also serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for acceptance and equality. It is a time for celebration, reflection, and advocacy, highlighting the importance of visibility and solidarity in achieving a more inclusive society. To those who have taken the time to stand with us, to speak out, and to show your support in countless ways, including the many colorful outfits and accessories I have seen today, thank you. Your actions, both big and small, make a profound difference. By being visible and vocal, you help create a more inclusive and accepting world. Your allyship strengthens our resolve and inspires us to continue striving for equality and justice for all. Together, we are building a future where everyone can live openly and authentically. We see you, and we honor you, and we thank you. It's important to remember that being an ally to the LGBTQ community involves actively supporting and standing up for our rights and dignity. It doesn't require you to be an expert. In fact, in many ways, it denotes that you must recognize that you are not. This can start with educating oneself about our unique life challenges, listening to LGBTQ+ voices about our lived experiences, making conscious efforts to respect people's pronouns, and challenging homophobic or transphobic remarks even when we aren't in the room. These are basic principles of allyship that can and should be applied to all other marginalized communities. By substituting terms like gay with disabled or transgender with immigrant, replacing queer with houseless or LGBTQ with BIPOC, you can effectively support and advocate for various communities in this way. These are principles that involve recognizing and supporting individuals' differences and assisting them in navigating an unequal world where they may lack adequate support or protection. As the late, great Marsha P. Johnson said, "No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." As we all maybe noticed, our constituents who are part of or supportive to the LGBTQ community have been keeping an eye on the decisions made in this room regarding their civil rights. As a member of this community, I want to extend our thanks for the years of hard work from individuals on both sides of the aisle who have strived for decades to make our state a welcoming and fair place for all. Thank you all for your good work, and I hope to see you again next year.
Chair recognizes Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to those of you who are still here. I rise to remind us all that tomorrow is Flag Day, and I present for you an adaptation of a poem by John J. Daly from the era of World War I. It's called A Toast to the Flag. Here's to the red of it, there's not a thread of it, no, nor a shred of it, in all the spread of it, from foot to head. But heroes bled for it, precious blood shed for it, bathing it red. Here's to the white of it, thrilled by the sight of it, who knows the right of it, but has felt the might of it through day and night. Womanhood's care for it made manhood dare for it. Purity's prayer for it kept it so white. Here's to the blue of it, heavenly view of it, star-spangled hue of it, honesty's dew of it, constant and true. Diadems gleam from it, states stand supreme for it, liberty beams from it, brightens the blue. Here's to the whole of it, stars, stripes, and pole of it. Here's to the soul of it, red, white, and blue. Thank you.
For what reason, Member Rise?
I move that the remarks on Flag Day and on Pride be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Roberts moved that the House stand in recess for the purpose of receiving messages and roll bill amendments, roll bill reports, at the completion of which the House will stand adjourned to the call of the chair. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. And the House stands in recess to the call of the chair.